We're especially privileged to have with us this morning to open our conference Senator Jeff Flake of Arizona. Senator Flake has not just been one of the leading voices in the Senate on immigration reform, but is also passionate about African issues and is the ranking member of the African Subcommittee of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. This should come as no surprise to those who followed Senator Flake's career, which began when he worked this morning in Zimbabwe from 1982 to 1983. In 1989 and 1990, he was an NGO activist. He was the executive director of the Foundation for Democracy in Namibia and was there at their historic election, which he reminded me this morning took place the very week that the Berlin Wall fell. And Senator, this is not actually your first time. This is the first time you're here in the office, this office of NED, but our Africa Director, Dave Peterson, recalls meeting you some 2 decades ago, as you remember, and even then pulled out of his file Senator Flake's card when he was with Interface Public Affairs, right around the corner from the old NED office on 15th Street. We're not sure if you came to the old NED office or if he met you at your office or what, but in any event, it's fitting that our shared commitment to freedom and democracy, which goes back a long way in Africa and around the world, has brought the NED and now Senator Flake together once again. So please welcome our good friend, Senator Jeff Flake.
Well, thank you so much, Carl, and thank you all. And I really appreciate this opportunity and to see so many and to meet Gladys and others who are doing such good work. It's just really great to be here. So thank you. As mentioned, my interest in Africa goes back a ways. It didn't just start when I was a missionary there in 82, 83. It started a bit before. I grew up on a ranch in northern Arizona. Snowflake is the name of the town. Yes, Jeff Flake from Snowflake. My great-great-grandfather, William Jordan Flake, settled the town. Erastus Snow came along, and they called it Snowflake for the two of them. And there are about 5,000 people there, a lot of family. I have 10 brothers and sisters, 69 first cousins on my father's side alone. That's how I won election in Arizona. It works pretty well if you can do it. But my father and 3 of his brothers ran F-Bar Cattle Company. And we ran a large cattle ranch. In Arizona, you have to have a lot of land for very few cattle. The carrying capacity is about 1 head per 200 acres. And in about 1979, 80, 81, came a man by the name of Alan Savory from Rhodesia to spread the gospel of holistic range management. He had some theories about moving cattle from cell to cell called the Savory system that we adopted there. He had a friend, Stan Parsons from South Africa, and I just remember as a kid, they stayed at our home a number of times and just loving the stories that he would tell. He was born in Bulawayo in 1935, went to northern Rhodesia, then northern Rhodesia, Zambia as a game warden, and back to Rhodesia. And he told of, I still remember him saying that he used to fly his plane so low the giraffes used to look down on him. And he told wonderful stories of tracking lion and elephant through the bush, and I was just, as a kid, enthralled and fascinated by it. I had no idea at that time that he was also involved in politics in Rhodesia. He was elected to the parliament there in 1970 and was part of the moderate wing of the white parties. And he famously said in 1973, if he had been born a black Rhodesian, he would have taken up arms. He would have been a guerrilla fighter. That got him kicked out of the Rhodesia party. He formed another alliance with several other moderate white parties to challenge Ian Smith and his government. Eventually, in 1979, he went into self-imposed exile and then came to the U.S. to talk about range management. He still does so today. He gave a TED talk earlier this year, and there's a new book out how cows can save the planet, and it draws heavily on Savory's work. But when I was in Zimbabwe in 1982 and 83 as a Mormon missionary, I would sometimes bring up with people, you know, a guy named Alan Savory, and it was decidedly mixed. Everyone knew him, and it was people either saying the government should have listened to him, we'd be in much better position today, or he sold us out and he should have left earlier. There was nobody in between, but it was fascinating. It really got my start. Like I said, when I knew him, I had no idea of his involvement with politics, but after spending time in Africa, I couldn't escape the politics and just learned to love it. When in the late 1980s, after I returned from South Africa and Zimbabwe, I went to school at Brigham Young University and actually wrote my master's thesis on Robert Mugabe and his ability, or trying to determine how he was, by the late 1980s, able to still hold power as he had. Who knew that now, 25 years later, he would still be there? And it's really been a terrible thing to see, the country. And now, from that time forward, I've not traveled back to Zimbabwe. I hope to soon, but I followed it closely, and by reading Peter Godwin's books or other things to follow, and the good work that so many NGOs are doing there as well. And I really appreciate it. I still have many friends who are there. One of the farmers who I knew there, and my brother served in the same, served in Zimbabwe and Cote later. Knew a man by the name of Andreas van Heerden, who had a farm there in Cote that he held until last year, held out until, and now he's in Zambia. But it's just been a terrible thing to watch, and hopefully we can see it change. As mentioned, in 1989, I was able to go to the country of Namibia. Now, for every political junkie to see a country have its first election and draft its constitution, that's nirvana. And it was wonderful to be there. As mentioned, Namibia had the good fortune of becoming independent, having its first elections the same week the Berlin Wall came down in November of '89. Then to see them draft a constitution and largely stick to that constitution and do well, it's been a good thing to see. It was nice to see the UN function as the UN can under Security Council, UN Security Council Resolution 435, to see that implemented and to do well. It gives us faith that it can, and perhaps the UN can play a larger role in Zimbabwe as well. Regardless of the election results in a couple of weeks, I hope that Zimbabwe can begin this transition to democracy. The perception of Africa's role in the world has shifted. Global trade and investment has started to spur economic development across the continent. I believe that the leaders of the countries of Southern Africa have already recognized how important it is to have Zimbabwe be in a position and benefit from this shift in perception. And they'll take a leading role, I think, these governments in persuading the Zimbabwean government to move forward to democracy, whenever that may be. The United States needs to do its part to encourage the leaders of the Southern African development community in this effort. I'll also note that the private sector in the United States needs to take better advantage of trade and investment opportunities with African nations. That's a separate topic altogether here. But while we've witnessed, as I mentioned, the ineffectiveness of the UN in other areas, I have seen the effectiveness in the UN, and I hope, particularly with the Security Council, that we can see a role in Zimbabwe's future as well to encourage and hasten the development track as well. There are some good things happening. Zimbabwe approved its new constitution. The Treasury Department authorized transactions with Zimbabwe's agricultural development and infrastructure development banks, which had previously been restricted. That was part of the Action for Action response that seeks to reward Zimbabwe when it takes steps in the right direction. That's a good first step. I think as political progress is made in Zimbabwe, the U.S. needs to do what we can to encourage this progress, and for this progress to be maintained, I think that we're going to have to play a more active role. Seeing a prosperous Zimbabwe is something that all of us have long hoped for. I look forward to visiting the country again soon, as I mentioned, and see the good work that so many in this room have done. And I appreciate the opportunity to be here. So thank you for having me, and enjoy the conference, and I'll be following it. I wish I could stay all day for it, but the Senate schedule is just a little busy right now. So thank you for having me here.
I just lobbied the senator, and he agreed to take a couple of minutes of questions, so, which I think is terrific. So if anybody would like to raise a question, now's the opportunity. I see a hand there. Yes.
That's you.
Speak up if there's no, we'll get you a mic. We'll get you a mic.
Hi, Senator Flake. My name is Sarah Prey. I work for the Open Society Foundation. Thanks so much for your opening remarks. I'm wondering if you could elaborate on a point that you raised, which I think was dead on, which was the importance of SADC, the Southern African Development Community. How can the U.S. help to ensure that SADC plays its necessary role as the guarantor of free and fair elections and hopefully the path towards democracy in Zimbabwe?
Well, I think we're going to have to go through regional organizations like this. There are limits to our influence and leverage, obviously, with the Zimbabwean government at present. And those who have the most at stake are the neighboring governments, neighboring countries. So it makes perfect sense for us to reach out to the extent that we can, and that's the encouragement that we're giving, certainly the State Department and USAID in their outreach to involve and to work with neighboring governments and their organizations. I think they have the most at stake. Fortunately, I believe that South Africa, the biggest player obviously in the region, will play a more constructive role this time around with these elections coming up and the aftermath.
There's a hand in the back right behind the camera.
Senator, as someone born in Fort Huachuca, I found the Arizona references interesting with Rhodesia. Just a quick question. What are your thoughts, if any, on President Mugabe's decision to dollarize and the impact that has had on the economy? And would the United States government consider giving up seniorage if that were to continue as a form of financial aid?
You know, it's interesting. When I was there in 82, 83, the Zimbabwean dollar was worth almost exactly what the U.S. dollar is worth. And now, 30 years later, it is the U.S. dollar. And so it's come full circle in that way. I don't know that there was any choice for the government to take, given the hyperinflation that went on. In terms of how it affects our aid or our giving, or I think other political factors really take precedence there. If the political moves are there, I think we ought to take action for action and reward the government for moves that it's taken, but I don't know how we can tie that to currency.
Please, over here.
Good morning, Honorable Senator. Thank you so much for this, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rosemary Seguero. I'm the president of Hope for Tomorrow. We focus on election observation. We observed the Kenyan election. I come from Kenya. We thank God there were no violence this time. The election was well. Now looking at the upcoming election in Zimbabwe and other African countries, Honorable Senator, how do you or what can you tell the Zimbabweans who are here and the Africans about violence, conflicts, and what would you do as the US, because what we are fighting for is violence and conflicts before election and after election. What would you tell the Zimbabweans here before the election and after the election, and Africa in general? And what would the Senate say, the Congress and the US government? Thank you.
Well, I think we all recognize that violence leading up to elections and certainly during the process is antithetical to having a free and fair election, and the one that's recognized as credible moving ahead. That's why the elections in 2008 were recognized for what they were. And so I think encouragement we would give is the same encouragement that's being given by every NGO and every government really that is genuinely interested in Zimbabwe, that we have a process that's free and fair. I don't know that I'm very skeptical that can happen in the time frame that the government has outlined, but we hope for the best, and hopefully it will all turn out, as they say in Zimbabwe, mushe static. So.
All right, we'll take two quick questions together, one here and then one in the back, and then we're going to let the senator go.
My name is Buhendwa. I'm an international student from the Congo. I'd like to know about the U.S. government stand on the Zidera Act. If you look at the Zidera Act, the act that was passed in Congress during Bush administration that imposed the sanctions on Zimbabwe after the land reform program in Zimbabwe. I basically want to know, considering how things have been going on in Zimbabwe, the coalition government was formed, they've passed a new constitution, and now there is an upcoming election in Zimbabwe. What's the stand of the U.S. government in as far as lifting the sanctions on Zimbabwe is concerned? Like after the elections, will the government in the U.S. and the European Union, if possible, consider lifting the sanctions on Zimbabwe?
The answer is yes. We've already, as I mentioned, under the policy of action for action, taken certain measures, limited measures, to soften some of the sanctions that have been imposed. But it really depends on the Zimbabwean government. It depends on Mugabe and what moves they make and the outcome of this election and how it's treated and viewed. So I think the ball's in their court, but the U.S. is certainly willing to respond. Having come from, I've been often quite skeptical of sanctions, particularly economic sanctions, targeted sanctions on individuals or something different. But in Namibia, for example, the sanctions that were imposed on South Africa were imposed on Namibia just by virtue of its governance by South Africa. And when those sanctions went away, the sanctions by the federal government went away as well. The problem is a lot of state and local governments had imposed sanctions mentioning Namibia by name. And a lot of individuals in state and local governments didn't realize that Namibia had become independent. And some of those sanctions still lingered and affected their decisions on trade with Namibia. And that was a problem for quite a while. Often we in the U.S. impose sanctions on a kind of a drive-by basis and forget too quickly who we impose them on, which government, and when that government changes or situation changes, we're too slow to react, and that is a problem. So I share your concern. I can just tell you that those of us who care about development and long-term development in Zimbabwe will be watching closely and will be eager to reward good action there with action on our part.
Last question.
Hi, Jenny Williams from Bulawayo in Zimbabwe. The Chinese are becoming fast our new colonizers. They are in all spheres of the business sector. Their foreign policies, we don't care about democracy. We just want to get inroads and make money. How is America going to do this differently? Mm-hmm. How are you going to strike a proper balance between business interest and keeping the democratic agenda alive in Zimbabwe? Thank you.
Well, thank you. And that is a concern to me and to many. Fortunately, I think when given the choice, most governments and individuals and businesses across the continent of Africa would choose to do business with the U.S. In particular, the U.S. tends to hire locally, for lack of a better term. It's different. The Chinese tend to bring in their own managers, and in some cases their own workers, and certainly the profit sharing is a different matter altogether. So I think if given the choice, that if we can have stability in some of these countries that we're looking to do business with, and then promote it, I think that given the choice, Africa would rather do business with the U.S. But conditions, we need to step it up, because we can see the Chinese government certainly stepping it up as well. So that is a concern. But I've got to go back to a meeting. I just want to thank you all again, and really wish I could stay for this conference. And as I say in Zimbabwe, Jukana Kai, and we'll see you later.
Thank you so much, Carl. I want to thank Senator Flake. At this time, you know, there are two things that are really important up there in the Congress. One is bipartisanship. The other is democratic internationalism. And we're delighted, Senator, that you represent both of those values.
Well, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Carl. Thank you, Senator. I think we're ready for our first panel. It's my pleasure to introduce Imani Countess, who will moderate, and if our panelists could please take a seat up at the front table. My name is Dave Peterson. I'm director of the Africa program here. I guess I'm going to be a bit of the MC today, but we've got a very tight program, and we want to keep it moving right along. So please, everybody can take a seat. Imani. Imani is the director of the Africa program at the Solidarity Center, which is one of the endowments, a member of the endowment family. She's had a lot of experience in Africa policy over the years, including a stint with NDI in Zimbabwe recently. So, Imani, I hand it over to you.
Thank you so very much, Dave. Thank you, Carl. Thank you, Dave. Thank you to the entire NED family. I'm really delighted to be here. This is a critical conversation, and it comes at an extremely important time. And so I am, again, truly delighted to be here. I think it's particularly appropriate that we start the conference this morning in terms of the panels with the voices from Zimbabwe's people, the voices of the people, the voices of the organizations that have the most direct contact with citizens in Zimbabwe, young people, women, workers. I have been asked to keep time, and I want to let the panelists know that I will try to remain very faithful to that request. Each panelist will have about 8 minutes to speak, and we want to make sure that we stick to that time frame because the most valuable part, I would say, of this meeting is that we create sufficient time for there to be an actual dialogue between all of you and our guests. While we're all anxious to hear their views on what's happening in Zimbabwe at this particular point in time, I think we all know that whatever the outcome of the election, it will be the duty of citizens and their organizations, their civil society organizations, to work together to hold government accountable. Civil society plays a critical role in every democracy. Part of their function is, of course, to give voice to their members and their representatives, their clients, but also part of their key role is to function as a watchdog in society, to advocate, and to ensure that the people that they elect to represent them are actually held accountable in carrying out what they, the people, desire. So I'm not going to go through any lengthy introduction of the panelists. I think everyone has a copy of the bios. I'm going to suggest that we go in the order that they are listed, starting with Gladys, and then moving to Jenny, who is certainly an icon. And then we'll hear from Oswell and Foster. And we'll ask Japhet of the ZCTU to wrap things up. And I I think it's important to have Japhet Moyo of the CTU wrap things up, not only because they are a primary partner of the Solidarity Center, but because of the important role that labor plays in Zimbabwe and in every society. Labor works to create space for all of civil society. Labor has unique relationships with government that really help ensure a dialogue between workers who, in most countries, through their trade unions, are in fact the largest mass-based organizations. So given that particularly critical role that unions play in every country, and in particular in Zimbabwe, given the pro-democracy movement there and its roots, we want to ask Japhet to wrap things up. So without any further comment, I turn things over to Gladys.
Thank you, Imani, and thanks to Ned for the opportunity to let us reflect and look forward in terms of the situation in Zimbabwe and the key role that we continue to play as citizens of Zimbabwe. I want to start by making a point that, for me, the role of civil society in any country, in any nation, is to foster democracy. And democracy is a process. It's not an event. It just doesn't happen through having an election and you forget about that and you say you've attained democracy. It's a series of events that eventually lead to the citizens seeing an environment in which they feel that is actually conducive for them to realize their socio-economic, civil and political rights. And so for me, looking at the situation in Zimbabwe, whereby we are going to have an election on the 31st of July, I really feel that this was a critical platform really for us to look at the implications of that elections and then be able to see which route we are going to take moving forward. I want to bring to your attention the fact that we recently had a new constitution that was passed on, and for that new constitution to be a constitution of Zimbabwe that ensures the upholding of citizens' rights and also ensuring democratic institutions in our country, I think civil society organizations through the youth organizations, young women's organizations, the women, labor, and everyone else, it remains our key role to ensure that we hold our government accountable, to ensure that they make that constitution a living document for us, not just one document that they can have in their archives and never pay attention to. So it's our role as civil society really to be able to make that document realize its the intention of that document and ensure that there is the rule of law in Zimbabwe. People enjoy their human rights so that our securocrats play their part, not to oppress the people of Zimbabwe, but rather to protect them and ensure that the government remain a non-partisan institution, despite the fact that there will be different political parties within the government, and also to ensure that the media really remains a media that seeks to inform the people rather than, to throw propagandas to the people and end up causing a lot of disharmony within our community. And I also feel that moving forward, civil society should play a critical role in terms of reconciling the Zimbabwean society. It's quite sad to note that for our generation, we are a generation that only hears about a Zimbabwe that was there before, a Zimbabwe that had a united people. And for us, really, we had grown up in a polarized community where you can't even go and ask salt from your neighbor because they support certain political parties and therefore we do not agree. I would think that as civil society, we need to play a critical role post the election, post the 31st of July, to ensure that we reunite the people of Zimbabwe so that we begin to argue about the key issues that affect us as people and not really to concentrate on partisan agendas where politicians would take advantage of that polarization and sway away from the key issues, from their key role that they're supposed to be playing and, continue to thrive in partisan politics. I think that coming from a background where we have a complex history of violence and that has never really gotten to be addressed in a proper way, I would think that the model to reconcile the Zimbabwean society, for me, should be based on the outcome of this election that we are going to have. There's been a lot of noise from civil society, really, from the past to try and address Gukura Hundi, the operation cleanups, and so forth. But these things have continuously been swayed under the carpet simply because the government that we feel should be accountable to those actions is still the same government that is in power, and so they are not willing really to open up that discourse and have it addressed. So for me, just setting up two scenarios, if the outcome of the election on 31 July, for example, results in a complete change of a government, I would prefer that we have a reconciliation model, maybe that takes the transitional justice route, where maybe we can have truth and reconciliation commissions to try and address the past atrocities so that at least our people are able to forgive each other and then move forward as a nation. But on the second scenario, should the outcome of the election really maintain the current regime, especially the one led by Robert Mugabe, I foresee that it will be difficult really to go the transitional justice route. And so maybe what could do best for us is to have more of a citizen-based kind of approach to address the atrocities and maybe go the peace-building way. I'm only told that I'm left with 3 minutes, so I'll try to just, state my points and not talk too much. I also feel that I think moving forward as civil society organizations, we really need to play a critical role in terms of fostering accountable governments and responsible citizenry. I think it's not just about the government being able to account, to the people of Zimbabwe, but it's also about us playing our citizenship role, because we need to continue pushing these people, and we need to be able to do something in our own spaces, just like we are currently doing, in order to create environments that are conducive for democracy to thrive and also the respect for human rights. I also feel that, as a young person, one of the debates we are engaging in currently is the issue of the leadership gap, where there seems to be a disconnect in terms of leadership. When we are young people, we are just viewed, they're just young people, they need a quota, they make too much noise about nothing. And if it's about, the elder generation of leaders, these are people really who debate, key issues, policy issues, they make decisions and so forth. So for me, I think we need to be able to break that barrier and create a situation whereby we can foster leadership through generations, where elder generation of leaders realize and see the need for them to be able to pass on the baton stick, and at the same time for the young people to be able to learn from the experiences of the elder generation. So I feel that we also need to do a lot of intergenerational dialogue and learning as we move forward as a country, so that we don't create a leadership vacuum where people would hold on to power because they feel that no one can match their standards, but actually to give confidence to say, if I pass on the baton step to Gladys, I know that Zimbabwe is taken good care of. So moving forward, I feel that really there is need for us to be able to create that culture of intergenerational dialogue and learning, to foster responsible leadership. Madam Chair, I hope I did not exceed my time limit.
You did not exceed your time limit. Thank you. Gladys Chigorere. Thank you. You're welcome. With the Institute for Young Women Development. And we'll now hear from Jenny Williams, who is the founder and national coordinator of WOZA, Women of Zimbabwe Arise.
You don't mind me standing. Most of my best work is done on my feet. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good morning to everyone, or good evening, as depending on how my jet lag is working at the moment. For me, I think there was a challenge in the presenting, because I'm not yet sure we are going to be able to look beyond the next 2 weeks, 3 weeks at the most. And I wanted to also be able to share some of the scenarios that could prevail, and then be able to factor in our responses around those scenarios. I wanted to be able to give this to you in a pictorial way, and to look at our presentation as a way we can understand the different scenarios that might prevail, and we want to look at this in terms of traffic signs and the intersection being the election. I must, just for those of you who maybe haven't read my CV, you should know that I'm not Professor Jenny Williams. I'm a people participation mobilizer. The situation in Zimbabwe is also too unpredictable to have a robot, or as you call them, traffic lights. These controlled intersections, to have such a system ensures that there's someone who has programmed the traffic light, which quite often we don't have those professionals in country anymore. So with the scenarios built around a traffic light system, we will presume that the parties in the election are mobile, in their cars or on their feet after voting. And as the election results come in, we will see who gets into the intersection first and who will manage to proceed and command the intersection. However, please do not forget that quite often there is a number that is called zero, and we have a zero scenario. Right now, we are heading to an election where one of the candidates is 89 years old. I have a long way before I reach 89. And I believe that there are not too many rallies set up. Is that because of the health? I'm not really sure. But we are in a possible scenario where any day now we can reach a dead end. And in this scenario, we expect that the military would then want to quickly step in and divert our democracy. And by the way, this scenario itself plays out at all stages in these next 4 scenarios. The next possible scenario, scenario 1 that we could have, and please don't forget to see the military booths feature in all of these slides, for obvious reasons which I maybe shouldn't say unless my lawyer wishes to not present this afternoon. The one-way sign that we could possibly see is an election section could be commanded by the one-way. When election is stolen and MDCT face the sign held up by the military, obviously, we expect SADC and the AU would then have to help negotiate a democratic solution that may involve another government of national unity, or the way Zimbabweans often say, GNU2. The CSO response that I would expect in the dead-end scenario and in the one-way scenario, and it's good that you should actually see the picture because it might be highly illegal for me to be saying the words. So maybe the lights should really be dimmed a little bit so you can see nicely the picture. I hope this time is not coming off my 8 minutes of the dimming of the lights, Imani. I hope you're seeing nicely the people power that might prevail. The international community response to keep long-term observers on the ground, pressure on SADC and AU to intervene, and to pull the democratic agenda back on track. I hope you can see the observers standing loitering there. The scenario 2, the stop sign, we are hopeful that this could be the scenario. Zimbabweans would turn out in massive numbers for the mother of all votes on the 31st, and that will make it extremely hard for the election to be rigged. They can take this stand at the intersection with a stop sign held in the face of ZANU-PF, and they can finally be able to withdraw the mandate they have been forced to provide to ZANU-PF since 1980. The CSO response, if that massive mother of all votes happens, is to protect the vote by any means possible. By any means possible, it means some of us might have to leave our boardrooms. Those of us on the street already regard that street as our boardroom. The international community responds to make sure that there can be a transfer of power. In the words of Morgan Tsvangirai, it's one thing winning the election, it's quite another getting the power. The scenario 3, I think we shouldn't underestimate the role that the smaller MDC party, you can see there's 1, 2, 3, 4, it's called the smaller party, right? The yield scenario. The election intersection could present power to the smaller MDC of Welshman Ncube. His party could command the intersection with a giveaway signpost, and which road they hold that sign up to in this 4-way intersection of ours could result in who becomes the next ruling party. So Mr. Ncube could be the one who determines who gets the right of way in the intersection. CSOs and international community response help to smooth negotiation based on a sustainable coalition of the opposition. It is a possibility that this scenario will present. What we need to do in Zimbabwe is begin to mobilize for consulted people, participatory, especially women participatory. According to the new census, it's 1 man to 7 women. I know that I might have to beat off 6 women for my husband at the moment, but all those women have a very important role to play. Demand institutional reform, rebuild the health delivery system, education system, and make sure that we have a production-based education system. We want the Bill of Rights to be fully justiciable. We want to build a culture of people participation, demanding more accountability from politicians so that we have a never again scenario for Glenys to enjoy. However, there's a danger ahead here. Civic society in Zimbabwe have very often played their cards too close or been too cozy with the opposition, and this trend does not bode well for civic society in this great Zimbabwe that we want to have back. Civic society need to maintain their watchdog role and demand lasting reforms and make sure that they are not in the toilet but actually leading the politicians rather than the politicians leading them. In Woza, we regard this role as very important. We want Zimbabweans to not feel that the 31st is just an event. We want them to understand that turning out in their large numbers to vote on the 31st of July is the beginning of a 5-year campaign to hold the politicians accountable. We are giving and we can only be the ones to get away with it, we are asking them to mother their vote. And very many children in Zimbabwe are actually called vote. This is our campaign. We want them to understand that role as they turn out on the 31st. Make sure that they get that child growing up, smiling, feeling important as a citizen, and at their 5 years age, feeling or having, in the words of Alicia Keys, this girl is on fire moment. I think that's all I wanted to be able to present to you. I hope my pictures will stay in your minds and that you will understand why some of the words could not be said without causing Irene Petrus great challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jenny Woza. And we'll now hear from Oswald Binha of the Zimbabwe National Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is very difficult to speak after an activist. And we did respect their job quite well. And as business sector, I think it's important to understand that the economies of Africa are driven by politics, not the reverse. And if economics would drive politics, we would really be the people driving economics in the rest of Africa and in Zimbabwe included. I'm going to talk about the role of business after elections, but just give you a snippet of what we have seen the economy like since the inception of the inclusive government. That was 2009 to the current date. I think there was growth from 2009 to 2011, and it slowed between 2011 and 2012. I would not go into giving you statistics, and largely because of turfism in government, politicians fighting for space, undermining each other in terms of policy direction, in terms of policy implementation. And that competition was really the major effect, among others, to the downturn that we had in the growth objectives that were set thereof. We came up with quite a number of policy directions, step 1, step 2, and currently the medium-term plan. Most of the targets set thereof did not meet desired thresholds. How is Zimbabwean private sector organized? Is their voice heard in the policy-making process? Indeed, there's been tremendous improvement in the relationship between government and private sector, following that, the consummation of the global political agreement. And prior to that, obviously, the relationship was filled with acrimony. There was really mistrust. There was a lot of, debate on whether private sector are not regime change agents, or and things like that. But in the inception of the global political agreement, we saw quite a lot of interface between private sector leadership across the board. Private sector remains the critical partner to economic development on paper, but we still think we can play a bigger role. We formed an apex body called the Business Council of Zimbabwe, which has created an opportunity for economic influence from private sector. We developed our national business agenda, which is a very exceptional document, which has got steps into identifying areas of attention in terms of economic planning. Where we think a lot has to be done is on implementation. The national business agenda has got an advocacy matrix, as well as some follow-up conferences which we have identified imperatives to turning around economic fortunes of Zimbabwe. And what do we foresee as private sector? What have we learned between 2009 to date? What is it that we want to see going forward? I think the position of private sector when it comes to the current political environment has informed a lot the importance of respecting productivity, respecting private sector activity, creating an enabling environment. Because you find that where a nation cannot feed itself, there's serious trouble. And the feeding of the nation is only done through the owners of the means of production. And we've realized that Zimbabwe failed to deal with an issue of accepting that means of production are an answer to a lot of things. Once we deal with issues that undermine the ability of private sector to produce, we create a certain Zimbabwe that will be difficult to deal with in years to come. And what we have done is to identify areas where private sector can really play a critical role in terms of ensuring that we've got peace and stability in the country. One of the major ones is the attraction of FDI necessary for investment in the country. I've heard a lot of debate on we have looked east, we have looked, it's something that we need to continue debating. We have to look everywhere. What has happened is that with the sanctions in some quarters, restrictive measures in other quarters, we have tended to have a mixed signal in terms of investment attention to the country. Believe you me, what it will lead to is to constrain the areas of democratic dispensations in Zimbabwe. What we want to see is to ensure that the foreign policy of America ensures that American business people look at Zimbabwe for investment. We are looking at critical areas, which I'm going to try and look at in my concluding piece here. We want to see a lot of synergy between American businesses and Zimbabwean entrepreneurs. We have a new dispensation, a new economy emerging. Traditional strengths are no longer the current strengths. Zimbabwe has redefined itself. We used to be a breadbasket. We no longer are. Okay? We used to do a lot of, our trade deficit currently stands at 3 billion. We are exporting 5, importing 8. And the major player being South Africa, our neighbor. We have a lot of potential. So we need to see that the foreign policy of the US speaks to so much in terms of synergy between private sector in the US and Zimbabwe. What have we done in terms of recommendations? And these are the immediate recommendations to the new government who are going to get a mandate in the next 2 weeks. It's unfortunate that some of the examples we have in Africa are a vicious circle. 60 years, a country in retrospect. In Zimbabwe, we want to see a collective national vision that is led to ensure that we will not lose any more time. National vision that will speak to genuine internal stakeholder engagement, that will speak into ensuring that we live within our means, that will ensure that we create adequate impetus to economic development. And what is our role? The private sector stance is that we need to articulate within various political leadership that as long as we are not going to look at productivity and economic development, politics will still continue to be a challenge in the country because people will not be happy. And the happiness index comes from people with jobs, people with food, and the people with adequate schooling, and the people who are happy to choose what they want for their lives, their kids and kin. And in this case, I will conclude by just saying that, look, as Zimbabwe National Chamber of Commerce, we are an apolitical body. We respect the rights of every other body that speaks on every other aspect. What we want to see is basically economic development in the country, a peaceful election that will produce an outright, uncontested winner, and the economy will grow going forward. I thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Oswald Denha. And now we turn to Foster Dangazi with the Zimbabwe Union of Journalists.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I think I want to start by pointing out that as the Zimbabwe Union of Journalists, unlike many organizations that have the advantage of being able to decide whether they are on the side of the MDC or of ZANU-PF, ours, as my Secretary General of the ZCTU is going to acknowledge, is a situation whereby we are stuck in the middle, which I think is a plus for us, as many organizations in Zimbabwe have gone that way. And therefore, that means we need to follow the professional route. Therefore, as a union of journalists, what drives us is the professional aspect, that it is important for us to be able to be professional and ethical in dispensing our duties as journalists, regardless of political affiliation, which should be private. But of course, given the levels of polarization and in an environment whereby the agenda is determined by he or she that owns the means of production, you can imagine the invidious position that our membership finds itself in. Therefore, I do believe that this debate partly seeks for us as the panelists to try and come up with a scenario of what we think may be the final outcome following the elections within the next few days. I will therefore happily oblige. The first scenario that I have listed in my presentation, and let me hasten to say these are possible scenarios which have been shaped in part by discussing with different people and organizations, some of whom were obviously biased or in favor of their political parties. But I've also tried to look at issues that may determine the final outcome of the elections. I do believe that scenario one may be or may see, may be a result of whereby ZANU-PF or President Mugabe, over the past 4 years in which he was in an inclusive government with these erstwhile opponents, may have had an opportunity to go and regroup and to rebrand, which is why there's little talk of violence in this election. Regroup, try and whip everybody in ZANU-PF into line. In the previous elections within ZANU-PF, there were concerted efforts to replace him, but maybe he has managed to whip everybody into line. Regroup, rebrand. He's talking peace. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with you. Peace begins with all of us. And that is his mantra. And talking about family, we need to support our families. We need not to be philanderers. We need to ensure that we stick by one woman and all those other things. And you add all that with the fact that he has obviously embarked and continued with populist policies, and the advantage of incumbents, whereby for 33 years he has been in office, along the way getting innovative ideas of retaining office or remaining in office, using public resources, and of course the immaturity, or what many would call public gaffes, including public sexual scandals by his opponents. This may just play out to enable him to get the required 50% plus one vote. The second scenario, which has been partly alluded to, is the issue of fatigue. From 1965-3 to now, Zimbabwe has only had two presidents. Ian Smith Douglas, a racist white settler, and from Britain, and Robert Mugabe, who is turning 89. So obviously, given the above, without people necessarily looking at policies and the agenda, people saying, look, we're tired. And then we have, as in the 1980 election, an overwhelming critical mass of people turning out in huge numbers, which could quite actually lend the MDC a 60+% outcome. Third scenario is going back to where we are now. The inclusive government, another unity government, whereby no one gets the required 50% plus one vote. We go back, and like every other, most of the previous governments, a negotiated outcome in which SADC and the AU would have to play a critical but not influential role. Why not influential? Well, countries such as in the AU, if you look at what has happened now, including, again, an issue that the American establishment may have to deal with, the fact that there is a legal coup in Egypt and that the military has come out and installed its own person, and Egypt has been suspended by the AU, and the Egyptians were being reminded by the AU, by the way, that we pay most of your subscriptions to the AU. You kick us out, you are in serious trouble. And therefore, in terms of regional intervention from SADC, in which President Mugabe threatened to pull out last week, subsequently followed by an apology or something that was like an apology. So therefore, given that scenario, you'll find that in terms of intervention from those people, my time is running up. There's very little, but we as the civic society, obviously, there is something that needs to be done on our part. And let me start by saying to those that support civic society organization, whether we retain this establishment or come up with perceived democratic forces, that should be no indicator to say you pull out. Because more often than not, you pack your bags and discover that, like happened in Egypt, you may have to quickly go back and try and make some quick intervention mechanisms. Therefore, as a result, we may have a hung parliament, meaning that the politicians will continue to score points against each other, which will result in the issues pertaining to children, women, girls' issues, boys' issues being pushed back to the back burner, and politicians trying to score points against each other, and survival mechanisms trying to strike alliances. And if anything, we may only get a government by the end of the year. So then what will be happening as regards the issues pertaining to the rights of individuals, human, children, women, men, disabled, and minorities? As a union, we have seen political violence increasing in the run-up to elections. Sadly, both ZANU-PF and the MDC have been involved in violence against journalists and inciting their followers to beat journalists. We believe that as a union, if we pursue our duties professionally, accurately, and in an ethical manner while being able to inform communities and the international community about developments, we will strike the correct balance When people are named and shamed for excesses that usually follow contentious elections such as the ones we have, they usually are deterred from continuing in that path. Unions and CSOs should continue demanding equality, accountability, transparency, and fairness from whichever government comes into place. From the media, no matter the outcome, we hope to be able to look each other in the eye and agree and identify our problems and find out where they are located, what they are, what needs to be done, and ensure that we have a very professional and ethical media while recognizing the rights of journalists as human beings and workers who are entitled to good, safe working conditions, including satisfactory remuneration. Lastly, this will include demanding space to be allowed to realize our dreams and those of Zimbabweans and aspirations without having our rights and those of fellow citizens violated. This has been very much abridged. I'll be happy to circulate. Otherwise, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very, very much. Now we'll hear from Japhet Moyo, the Secretary General of the Zimbabwe Congress of Trade Unions.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I won't be talking about scenarios. I think we do have people like Ibo Manaza, the specialist in that, and other people, professors. A lot of scenarios were talked about in the last elections in Zimbabwe, and everyone was proved wrong. No one really guessed correctly what happened after that. But Zimbabweans are going to the polls on the 31st of July, 2013, and there are a number of probable outcomes of the elections. It's either ZANU-PF win, or MDC also has a high chance of winning. There might be a stalemate, which might result on a runoff, or the other possibility is a disputed poll, if you consider that the conditions for free and fair elections are not there as we speak. This might also lead to another government of national unity. Whatever the outcomes, there are a number of challenges, I think, which civic society has to surmount to. They range from civic society being perceived as one-sided, favoring one political party, and therefore partisan. Or they are Western-backed, therefore playing to the whims of the Western countries. Or they lack the skill or capacity because of brain drain. Or they are heavily infiltrated. As we sit and talk today, tomorrow this conference will be in the state media. The analysis will be done by the state media. So you have informers among the civil society. That's another biggest challenge civic society has to face. Despite this, civic society and NGOs, players have an important role to play in democratizing Zimbabwe. As a person who's coming from labor, let me start by noting that trade unions are representatives, organizations that bring together all workers, and that they have a long tradition of internal democracy, transparency, and accountability to their members, and this makes them torchbearers in advocating for democratic societies. At the same time, the role of unions is a bit distinct from other organizations or civic society. Beside the important role we play, or the task representing workers, collective bargaining, trade unions are integral part of social dialogue, and we do that in different levels: government, employers, labor, We do that at local level, we do that at regional level, national level, and the international level. And our discussions at these forums can include everything from industrial relations to sustainable economic and industrial policy, health, safety, and politics. So we are not confined to a particular area. Trade unions are aware that the respect for fundamental human and trade union rights is the starting point for socially sustainable communities or societies. They are also make sure that companies commit themselves to respecting and promoting human rights. Labor unions are a specific form of collective association that builds solidarities conducive to democratic participation and action. The challenge is therefore to build a strong sense of meaningful solidarity among people, a sense that people have obligations to each other and that they are therefore willing to make sacrifices or actions for collective goals. The way democracy is rooted in the collective action of citizens outside of formal institutions of democratic government is also dependent on whether the trade union is strong or weak. In this case, the issue of numbers is of paramount importance. The democracy requires this kind of connectedness among citizens. This is where trade unions come in. It is a fact that a vibrant democracy depends upon a vibrant civic society in which it is easy for people to form collective associations, to pursue collective purposes. Unions are an important form of this kind of voluntary associations. This is why unions matter for democracy and not only for economic conditions of their members. At our workplace, unions are there to rectify the imbalance of power by creating some semblance of equality. Where unions are strong, employers come to the collective bargaining with workers, otherwise they risk a strike action. In this case, workers have the power to punish employers for failing to agree to a satisfactory contract of collective refusing to work. However, most people, when talking about unions, emphasize on their bargaining power and their impact on the labor market. In particular, unions have the potential to help forge more democratically engaged citizens. Left to individually, people are likely to be passive and apathetic. They are easy to manipulate and discouraged from participation in any action in the society. A movement makes individuals feel protected and connected to each other in ways that make political activity seem relevant. A strong union does more than just labor relations. That's what we have been doing over the years. It creates identities among workers and builds a sense of connectedness and authority. Unions occasionally get directly involved in politics and electoral campaigns, and that also mobilizes people for electoral campaigning, both as voters and candidates. Trade unions play a role in building solidarities and facilitating democratic political participation. This is because, first, they are closely tied to workplaces in which workers already have some solidarity through their interdependence within work. Secondly, unions have the potential to be a mass movement because of their sheer numbers. In Southern Africa, the rise of opposition in 2 countries testify to the importance of unions in fighting for democracy. The rise of the movement for democratic change in Zimbabwe, which is currently sharing power with Robert Mugabe, is attributed to a strong union. In Zambia, the movement for multi-party democracy that originated from a strong union took over political power after 30 years ruled by one political party. At the end of the day, it is safe to say that unions exist to balance power, both at company level as well as a society. Let me end by saying, after elections, the civil society and non-governmental organization actors could help in expanding and strengthening the national institutional framework for broad-based stakeholder participation in decision-making, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation. They can help in rebuilding and strengthening institutions that strengthens democracy, such as the courts, parliament, and the human rights monitoring institutions. They can also assist in rebuilding, strengthening the role of the state as a basis for transforming it into a developmental state and promote good governance. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Thank you. As people begin to prepare themselves to share their questions or brief comments, I want to really, from my heart, express thanks to the panel and also apologies for my absolutely obnoxious behavior in passing down these notes with, time's up. But part of my job here was to make sure that we created enough space and time for dialogue with all of you. So if we could all express thanks together for the panel for their wonderful presentations. And as you stand please to ask a question, please do identify yourself, and if you could please keep your questions to questions and comments brief. We'll take maybe 3 or 4 questions, and then we'll allow the panel to respond. So I believe there's one question here, and then this gentleman here with the lovely tie, and the woman there, and then the gentleman with the wearing the blue, and then we'll get to this side. So please.
Thank you, everyone, for your very insightful comments. It was much appreciated, especially at this timely moment in Zimbabwe's history. My question is, we're talking an awful lot about scenarios and the various outcomes that could come about on July 31st. But I think there are also a few key things that we can take as baseline facts regardless. And one of those things to me is the existence of a very hardline element within one particular party in Zimbabwe, those in the security sector and the military and the police in particular. And they have some very vested interests leading up to this election. I think, number one, they want to protect themselves from potential criminal accountability for the crimes they've committed. There's a lot of blood on people's hands in Zimbabwe, unfortunately. And number two, these very same individuals want to protect the massive amounts of wealth that they've been able to accumulate over the past upwards of 3 decades now, from diamond revenue and everything else. So if you take that as a baseline, and I see Jenny smiling because we've discussed this, how do you, if you take that as a fact, how do you convince those, and I'll just generalize it to these hardline elements, how do you convince those particular people, how do you convince them to allow any semblance of a free, fair, credible, peaceful election? Because that really seems to be the sticking point, that they really seem to be the collective elephant in the room, if you will. And even within ZEC, the current chairperson is arguably the second most powerful person in Zimbabwe at the moment. And as we know, the Electoral Commission itself is stacked full with CIO operatives and security professionals themselves. So how do you sell an election to those particular people within that element?
And your name?
Oh, sorry. I'm Jeff Smith from the Robert F. Kennedy Center for Justice and Human Rights.
Thank you. Okay. This gentleman here? Mm-hmm.
Thank you. My name is Lee Middleditch. I'm a Virginia lawyer connected with Mount Pelier, which is the historic home of James Madison. And in 2011, Montpelier invited several members of the Zimbabwean Law Society to come to James Madison's home to study a draft of a constitution that they were preparing. Included within that group were the president of the Law Society, Beatrice Matepi, and other very distinguished lawyers. I've tried to follow their career subsequently, and I'm convinced that the Law Society could be one of the most stable civil organizations for the future of your country. And I'm interested, none of you are lawyers, so it's not fair to start with Ms. Williams, but I will ask her what her view is about the influence of lawyers in Zimbabwe and the Law Society. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please. No, actually, it was this lady here. I'm sorry.
Hi, thank you very much. My name is Mavis Marongwe, and I'm a Zimbabwean. I'm also a lawyer. My questions are specifically for Mr. Bina and Mr. Moyo. Over the last, since the economic meltdown in Zimbabwe, there was a lot of deindustrialization. And so what I wanted to find out is how does your organization, Mr. Bina, expect to go forward to fix that problem we have right now? And for labor, I was just wondering how influential the labor movement is right now. I mean, there's a talk in some quarters about how unemployment is as high as 80% in Zimbabwe. So I'm assuming that organized labor is no longer as strong as it was in the decades before, and specifically when MDC was formed. So I'm just curious to find out from you, how strong is the labor movement in Zimbabwe, and how influential do you perceive it to be going forwards? Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Just this last question on this side.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Norbert Mugwagwa. I'm chairman of the Zimbabwe Network, Zimbabwe Diaspora Network. Thanks to the panelists, and it's very encouraging to see a reasonably well-balanced, gender well-balanced team come out. I just wondered, the theme of the discussion was Zimbabwe after the elections. I just wondered the extent to which you, as activists in the civil society organization, plan to collaborate and coordinate among yourselves to rebuild Zimbabwe irrespective of the outcome. And secondly, how you plan to engage the huge number of Zimbabwean diasporans who are out here. Because I've not heard any reference to you as civic organizations engaging or interacting with the huge number of Zimbabweans who are in the diaspora, who share the same interests and who are not as likely to have the opportunity to participate in the election. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Excellent questions. So we'll turn to the panel. There were several that were addressed to specific members of the panel, and then several questions that could be taken up more broadly. So however you would like to start.
Yeah. Yes. How influential is labor? Looking at the fact that we have 80% unemployment. I think as labor, mostly we represent interest rather than the formally employed people. We have an arrangement with the people in the informal economy who are members of the Zimbabwe Congress of Trade Unions. So if one looks at issues which we raise as labor, we raise issues which have to do with the population. I indicated in my presentation that we go beyond the factory issues or office issues. We talk about issues which relate to experiences after we have knocked off from work, issues which people experience in their communities. We are community leaders, so the issue of formal employment is not a big issue. We represent interest mostly. On the issue of our interaction with people in the diaspora. I think civic society, we have been, especially in the region, we have been meeting colleagues on our advocacy through the Crisis Coalition of Zimbabwe, where we interact a lot with the people in the civic society, in the diaspora. I see Dr. Epo Mandaza was in South Africa a week ago, and that was not the first time we interact with people in the diaspora. We might not be reaching out much in Europe, but we do have contact with a lot of Zimbabweans outside the country.
Madam Chair, I had one question specifically directed to me from Madam Marongwe, deindustrialization. I think this has become a very good hot political potato that everyone is kicking across each other in the country in terms of politics, especially dangling the Matabeleland perceived orchestrated deindustrialization strategy. For me, it is not like that. I think when you look at all the economies that have gone into hyperinflation, where money cannot exchange itself for goods, you expect the whole industry to suffer that fate. And where then you want to correct the economic resurgence to go into that process with insufficient budget support, you also have a selective sort of allocation of resources. So we've seen a lot of companies closing and are still closing. The reason is largely because of supply side constraints. There is no liquidity in the market. Infrastructure is archaic. There is a lot of issues. How do we intend to deal with it? As ZNCC, what we've done is that we've encouraged government to come up with a redefinition of our industrial development policy. The assumptions that we are as strong as we used to be 10 years ago is not very correct. We need to now see what are the new strengths that the country has now developed. And we may be able to really redefine our manufacturing base, fine. But is it the competitive advantage? So we need to now start looking at that, and that is a mandate, and an opportunity is there now as we do our legislative reform to talk with the new constitution, to also look at these strategies to ensure that we now create an opportunity for industry to survive. Collaboration, on rebuilding Zimbabwe. To be honest with you, we are very excited about the prospect of a Zimbabwe coming out of a process of a free and fair election. As private sector, we are not worried about really other issues. We are worried about the outcome that will give this country, Zimbabwe, a trajectory of growth immediately after the election. We are worried about anything that will then probably go against that. So when you look at collaboration, we are looking at those players who have the Zimbabwe first mentality to be able to come up together in terms of a think-tanking model to certainly define what sort of Zimbabwe we want to have in terms of economic development, social, political life, and that sort of thing. And as NCC, we've done our bit. Our private sector document with 9 imperatives is actually sitting with government right now as to what sort of processes are expected in terms of coming up with the Zimbabwe ethics that we want to trace. That document can be available on the press.
Thank you very much for the wonderful questions. I think, to respond to Jeff, one thing that mustn't be overlooked is that the military who could cause or are causing problems are a minority, and that the majority of the military must be understood they are people first. A person is a person because of people. That's our Ubuntu principle that we live by in Zimbabwe. And, I think the special vote scenario that you saw the other day, you mustn't underestimate the scenes that prevailed there. And it's quite pleasing for me that the riot police were not deployed to bash Waza women on the day, but actually were deployed because police officers were demanding their right to vote. And so I think there are means to engage people. If you first realize that they're people and you try and see how you can come up with an issue that pulls the majority onto your side. I know I've had many police officers engage me, even if I'm in custody, and tell me what it is they want for their families. And so there's room for engagement on those principles. I think the diaspora, it's very important for us that the Constitution seems to allow for dual citizenship, because I think the diaspora then need to realize that they have a role to play in the development in Zimbabwe. And for me personally, realizing that the majority of our 85,000 members are unemployed or seeking to be self-employed, there are very key partnerships that we can have with the diaspora, with the business sector in Zimbabwe for some corporate social responsibility models of self-employment and developing our nation, especially starting in Bulawayo, which has been industrialized for long back, even beyond the 1980 period. I think those are some key issues. Just on the legal front, it is very important to understand the role of lawyers in Zimbabwe, and they play a very, very key role in making sure that there is respect for the rule of law, and Irene will talk more about that this afternoon. But the Law Society and the other partners have done a lot of work to get this new constitution passed. We also have a framework where there is a very, very serious problem of the packing of the bench, the unilateral way in which presidential powers has resulted in the appointment of judges in these last few weeks. And the other major issue is to understand that at one stage it was at Supreme Court level that there was a highly politicized judiciary, but now it has become even at magistrates court level. Many times when I've been appearing in court, facing charges for criminal nuisance or peaceful protest, the magistrates or the prosecutors will say, I know we have to first phone Harare to ask Harare what charges to bring or whether to allow you bail or not. And so it's absolutely vital that we have support bases for the lawyers. There are very, very much fewer lawyers able to go out and defend human rights defenders. But this is their time to partner with us. And I think it's very important to support them through this process in these next few weeks. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to buttress onto the point that Jenny raised around, the power of the people prevailing ultimately, despite how, the people within the regime, especially of Robert Mugabe, who try really to oppress them and continue to hold on to power to preserve their wealth and also protect themselves from the crimes that they've committed. I want to come in from a point of view where I think we strongly believe that the young people are the majority in Zimbabwe, and if we manage to unlock the potential that the vote of young people really have in terms of, playing a key role in terms of changing the dynamics around the ultimate vote that we can have, really that can ultimately lead to change in Zimbabwe. I think in the past, the other reason why it has also been easy for ZANU-PF to manipulate the election was that much people who are supposed to vote were not going to vote in numbers, to make it impossible really for them to manipulate the figures and, tilt the votes to their favor. But if people who are legitimate to go and vote, go out in numbers and vote, it will be difficult for them to, try and outweigh that ultimate vote. And I think the social media has also played quite a critical role in terms of mobilizing young people from across sectors. In the past, it has been, key activists, young people in the social movements, in the students' movements, and so forth. But I think right now we've seen a trend where young people, even in business, young people in the academia, young people, across the sectors really, have begun to engage with the issue of elections and are showing keen interest to go out and vote. So I think if we capitalize on that, we will be able, to ensure that the power of the people ultimately prevail, despite the difficulties and the spanners that may be thrown along the way. And I think that also adds on to the point that I wanted to mention to Mugwagwa to say, I think social media has also created a platform whereby it has made it quite easy for Zimbabweans in and outside Zimbabwe to be able to communicate. There's increased connectivity where Zimbabweans are engaging on issues to do with Zimbabwe, whether they are outside or in Zimbabwe, across the geographical boundaries. That was just to add on to what others have already said.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we're going to move to this side of the room. And while we're doing that for questions, I want to take the prerogative of the chair and address the question, also add to the points made around deindustrialization. Because deindustrialization is something that's facing much of sub-Saharan Africa, even countries that are experiencing high levels of growth. That growth is based upon export, commodity-led products, and it's accompanied by deepening and widening levels of inequality. And not only is this of concern to trade unions, but also to African governments who for several years have been coming together through the AU to actually begin to think about how one begins to tackle what has been, a many decades long challenge, and that is of increasing Africa's increasing industrialization in Africa. I also wanted to just lift up one of the ally organizations of ZCTU, LEDRIS, which is a think tank that is actually really been very successful in terms of taking on this challenge of how one begins to fundamentally restructure Zimbabwe's economy. And they have produced several books entitled Beyond the Enclave and the second Beyond the Enclave popular edition, where they really put forward recommendations for government and how one begins to put forward a pro-poor economic development agenda. And then I want to ask a question myself for the panel to think about. You mentioned social media, and so I'm wondering if each of the panelists might talk a little bit more about social media and how it's impacting the pro-democracy movement in Zimbabwe, in particular this Facebook Babajukwe. So there's a gentleman here in the back, and then the lady wearing black and white, and then the lady wearing red.
Thank you very much.
And please introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. My name is Joseph Mugore. I come from Zimbabwe. I used to work for the government of Zimbabwe before I moved on to work for the World Bank and for the United Nations. I want to put that in context because sometimes the narrative of the Zimbabwean story is frequently told as 33 years of disaster. And when we talk, we almost talk as if there's nothing to learn from our recent history. So I see 2 or 3 people who were in government at the same time as I was, and we all left about the same time, and we were very proud of what we left behind. So there's a story of development, success, education, health, all those things. And then there's a story of deterioration and collapse. So my question, my general question to the panel is there something to learn from that history, from that post-revolutionary reconstruction that was very successful and emulated quite widely, which then at some point got into different troubles, whatever they are? Is there something that can be learned from that past? And therefore, specifically with that in mind, addressing, for example, Mr. Bina from the private sector, he talked a lot about all the positive platitudes about the importance of the private sector. What I would like to hear from you is, what precisely should the next government do to make that private sector as productive as you say it should be? And more perhaps importantly, what is it in the current system that needs to be changed? Specifically, is it regulation? Is it FDI incentives? Is it the whole structure of economic management? What is it that needs changing? And for the trade unions, that was a nice presentation of the role of the trade unions. And the example of two of them taking over power in Southern Africa, like in Zambia and in Zimbabwe. I'm not convinced that the trade union transformed into political parties and taking over power has benefited the people of Southern Africa at this point. Because, as you rightly said, the actual role of the trade unions has been abandoned as the trade unions have gone into a much bigger gravy trade. And that's happening in South Africa as well, as you know. So I would like, this is just a provocative opinion. I'm not judging it. I would like you to elaborate on the advantages of trade unions turned political, because you're extolling that virtue. Just one question to the journalists. The question in the program says, Zimbabwe beyond the elections. And I was in Kenya recently, and one of the things that people still talk about is the role of the Kenyan media in shaping and helping run a successful election and creating an environment of reconstruction that was positive. And even if it had to stand against the international media, is the Zimbabwean media ready to liberate itself from the railroading of international jargon about Zimbabwe and actually create a Zimbabwean narrative? It doesn't matter how bad it is or how good it is, as long as it's clearly articulated by the Zimbabwean media to a point where others actually benchmark the Zimbabwean media as the storytellers of the Zimbabwean story. Thank you.
Excellent questions. These two ladies, the one in black and white and the other in red. Yes.
Norma Krieger, Federal Research Division, Library of Congress. The general question is, how will the voters' roll, which we understand on this side has many problems, play into the different scenarios that have been outlined? More specifically to Gladys, there are a lot of issues about youth being seriously under-registered on the voters' roll, and I wondered if you could talk about what the youth organizations have done to try to change that and what the consequences of that will be. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Ndimiaki Mwakalieli. I'm a reporter with the Voice of America. I think everybody's been kind of really looking anxiously at what's going to happen next week. Zimbabwe's kind of been in a suspended mode, waiting for the transitional period to end, and then come July 31st, one of three things is going to happen. Either there's going to be the incumbent remains in power, the opposition comes in, or is going to be another stalemate where an intervention has to happen of some kind. I think it's pretty clear from what I'm hearing about what is going to happen in the event that MDC or whoever the opposition is supposed to prevail wins. But I'm also very concerned about what is being considered in the event that the incumbent remains in place, and what are the provisions for moving forward within that same environment that has been there for the past 33 years. Because I feel at some point there has to be that consideration so that the country can move forward and also embrace some of the very same principles that are being articulated and being thwarted and being perceived that are possible within the country. In the reality, or in the event that that is the outcome of the elections come July 31st, is there enough being given thought to how do you continue a progressive Zimbabwe under ZANU-PF? Thank you.
Thank you very much for those questions. And because we're nearing the end point for this panel, I'd like to also invite the panelists to maybe take about 30 seconds to kind of make any concluding remarks as they address this last round of questions. Okay?
Thank you. Thank you very much. A short one from the colleague at the back. Trade unions having abandoned their role to launch political parties. ZANU-PF in Zimbabwe, ZAPU in Zimbabwe, in many countries, Joshua Nkomo, Mugabe are trade unions. So, as I indicated in my presentations, we are torchbearers. We are the first to indicate that things have gone haywire. And there is nothing amiss with that, I think. We go beyond factory issues, they indicated that. That's the reason why Labour in Zimbabwe decided to break the monopoly of ZANU-PF. We had a one-party state in the country. Everyone knows about that. Who brought ZANU-PF to the table? It's only the MDC, and it was brought by the workers. So that's, I think, something positive about it. You can't run away from that. Thank you.
Yes, the role of the media. I think Zimbabwean journalists are ready and prepared to extricate themselves from the problems of the past. Hence, the deliberate efforts to ensure that we come up with a professional media environment where we pursue issues of ethical conduct, professionalism, and of course, because we've been victims of poor remuneration and poor safe working environment, we also insist on that. I could go on and that, but that is part of it. And then on the issue of the voters' role, of course, it will play in big time. Number one, I think there is something like, if it's not 200,000, well, to start with, there are some constituencies where, which represent that there is a certain number, which is maybe 5, 6, 10 times more than the usual number. So certainly that is going to have a huge bearing on the electoral outcome. While still on that, there is also the fact that certain constituencies have 3 times more the number. These are urban constituencies, which should be the dominant ground of the MDC. Urban constituencies represent that there is 3-4 times more people than there are in rural areas per constituency. So essentially what you are saying, because there was an agreement that there would be no new delimitation of constituencies, you will have 3-4 constituencies, one urban constituency, and the rural area will remain safe. In addition to that, some of the anomalies around the voters' roll, obviously the issue of registration and so on, whereby, for example, in rural areas, it's very easy. It's the best example how to register for an election. It takes a very, very short while. And for your own information, the Prime Minister's children needed their own father's intervention to make sure they were registered. Thank you.
Okay. To respond to the first question that was directly addressed to me in terms of what youth organizations have been trying to do in order to get young people to go out and register to vote, and those that are being said not to be on the voters' roll, what are the implications on 31 July? I think what we have done really as youth organizations this year, I think we have acted differently in the sense that we have tried to really unite the youth voice. There are a lot of youth organizations in Zimbabwe scattered all over and doing work that is kind of isolated. But I think think this time around we've managed to come under 2 different banners of 2 major umbrella organizations that focus on youth development in Zimbabwe, precisely the Youth Empowerment and Transformation Trust and also the organizing space that we created out of the World Youth Movement for Democracy, a NED initiative, where we were sending the same message for young people, but also to be able to harness our efforts and be able to reach out effectively to young people depending on the areas where you are located. So we've actually come up with different initiatives that target young women. I work with young women that target young people so that we reach out to them in a way that they expect, us to reach out to them. Like, for example, targeting specifically young people in the church, young people in political parties, where we came up with different initiatives. Like, for example, we had a major campaign that's currently running that is called Real Swag is My Vote, where we are basically trying to encourage young people in urban communities because now they identify with, swag and those other, new things. So we've also tried to reach out to those people and say, if you want swag, go and register to vote. Then you have swag. And post that, we are saying, we need to see you with a pink finger post the election date to show that you have registered to vote. So post the election, post the 31st, we'll then host a party, called a pink finger party, where basically those young people who would have voted, will be able to have access free of charge to those kind of events. So we've tried to really, come together under one umbrella body, but at the same time be able to create specific messages that reach out to different specific young people across the sectors. And we have also been able to do a campaign where we have tried to disassociate ourselves as young people really from the major party politics, but try to unite young people regardless of their party affiliations, whereby we're going a message to say, if you love peace as a Zimbabwean, you should not beat up your neighbor. If you love peace as a young politician in Zimbabwe, then you should respect your constituencies. If you want to change your situation of being unemployed, then you need to go and register to vote. And this has actually helped to create, dialogue platforms among young people, especially youth leaders in political parties, to be able to go with a peace message in their communities and at the same time encourage young people in those communities to go and register to vote. That having been said, we recently had an audit of the voters' roll where the results indicate that there are at least 2 million young people who are supposed to be on the voters' roll but are not there. And I think as we were doing our campaigns, this is one of the things really we envisaged happening, knowing how ZANU-PF would want to manipulate the election. So what we have been encouraging young people to do was that when you go to register and vote and then you get that registration slip, you need to keep that slip so that when you eventually go and vote and your name is not found on the voters' roll, you'll be able to use that slip to vote. So this is where our hope is to say most of the young people really who have registered to vote, maybe the 2 million, maybe the 1.5 out of the 2 million or whatever number it can be, have been able to maintain their registration slip so that they will eventually be able to vote on the 31st of July. And then I wanted to speak to respond to the issue of the Zimbabwean story, to say, are we learning something out of, the liberation struggle that our forefathers and my grandfathers have participated in? Really, for me personally, as a young person, I think the inspiration that we have currently with the activism work that we are doing is coming from the fact that our grandfathers, our elders were not happy with the colonial establishment, whereby they were perceived to be, non-Zimbabweans, when in actual fact they were Zimbabweans. And they got enough energy and motivation to go and fight those injustices. So for us, we are saying we are also not happy with the current situation, and therefore we are getting the motivation from you to fight the injustices that are currently prevailing. So for me, really, it's a question of us wanting the same people who fought the liberation struggle to live the same principles they were fighting for. These are the principles of independence, Ubuntuism and everything else. So we are just taking the battle really to another level or to another generation, and we are basically learning from what these people did when they were young people. So indeed, it's part of the Zimbabwean story that we also expect to be appreciated and respected.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll try to be very brief in responding. I think for me it's a social media myth that most of Zimbabwe can be mobilized via social media, because my constituency do not have stable data and can't afford it. And so we need to be careful of generalizing the power of Facebook and Twitter, etc. I think the issue here is Baba Jukwa is a Facebook phenomena exposing internal secrets that ZANU had managed to keep quiet for a very long time. However, it is targeted to a certain type of person and enjoyed by those people. I think a key thing is that Baba Jukwa should break with that promotion of violence if he wants to really be an important person to bring or people to bring a future Zimbabwe. I think if we have a scenario where the vote is stolen, or by the grace of God or miracles of numbers, ZANU-PF returns, the situation will be quite a challenge for civic society in Zimbabwe. But the hope will lie in the constitution that they won't change it too much, and SADC won't let them change it too much. And to quote the manifesto of the MDC, that the new revolution is devolution, to come up with a system of government where the leaders are much closer to the provinces, to the areas, and have some sort of control about how natural resources and jobs and education systems will be controlled in that province, is something that could bring us some hope. I think those are just maybe a few of the comments. Yes, we did well in the health education, in the health and education systems in the early 80s, but those systems cannot operate without proper political and systems of government that allow people to input into those processes. So many of the hospitals, so many of the schools are now just Zimbabwe ruins, unfortunately.
Madam, thank you for the opportunity. I would want to just tackle about 4 or 5 issues directed to me, and 2 of them are general. What do we have to learn from the history of Zimbabwe? I think let's not throw away the bathwater and the baby. There is quite a lot that came out of Zimbabwe since independence. I think for me, where we lost it is the past 10 years. And the past 10 years really needs to be, and I think politicians have accepted that it's a period of craziness, it's a period of madness that we need to forget. So any period beyond 2000, going back, I think there are quite a number of issues. I think if you look at even the Zimbabweans across the whole world leading some of the bigger organizations, and it's a lot. We can't exhaust it from the podium. We can probably bilateral on that. The second one is what precisely should be done by the next government. There are quite a number of things. Right. If you have a nation of 14 million people, and per capita is around, well, I'm not sure that the statistics have captured it well, but around $100, $150. I think that's poverty. That's serious poverty. When you look at a comparative, nation having $15,000 per capita, we need to see what are the quick wins, what are the low-hanging fruits. For me, what comes into mind is what are the performers right now? Is the mining sector. Between Zimbabwe and South Africa, we hold 90% of the world's platinum reserve. That's an opportunity. And these are the things that we should look at when you look at economic planning going forward into the new economy. And if you look at the actual matrix of minerals that we do have, it's a whole lot. But what is happening? We are exporting primary products across the board. We are creating jobs elsewhere, even with the controversial Marange diamonds. We are creating jobs elsewhere. So we need to look at how we can start to create capacity for beneficiation, for value addition, and ensure that we reduce the amount of money we are using to import even foodstuffs into the country. And we can go on and on and on and on. And I'm sure the time will not allow me to do that. Yeah, offals, chicken offals imported. It's really not good for the country. What is the Ndimiake? The personal observation that I can give you, the issue of elections in Zimbabwe from the private sector side is a process issue. In 2008, politicians did not agree. They fought. They destabilized everybody and everything. And what happened? SADC and AU came in and gave a roadmap, isn't it? And today we are saying 2 weeks into that roadmap. Whether other politicians have not been able to follow, depth of what they should have followed within the 4 years, it's not a problem to us as private sector. What we want to see is, let's not have an election of personalities. Let's have an election of processes. If we have gone into this election and Mugabe wins, and the process is what should have been, be it. If we go in and Morgan wins, and the process is the same process which should have been, be it. We don't want to have an economy held to ransom because of power. There's more to power than we can see. So at the moment, if politicians really want to engage and engage viciously, let them challenge the process, because our hopes are on SADC and AU. So Ndimiake, I'm not going to say on behalf of business, it's going to be Mugabe or Morgan. It is the process, it is the output, it is the product. As long as the product is right, we will work with the government that comes into office on that day. I'm going to look at Baba Jukwa in the context of technology in the country. For me, it is an issue of appraising ourselves in the application of technologies. Right now, from here, if I was roaming, I could send money to my mother in Mzarabani, in the remotest part, because of technology. So it's an issue of institutions embracing technological advancement and using it. And my last comment, really, if you can allow me my 30 seconds, Madam Chair, is just to say, I think for Zimbabwe to develop, we need to create more strong institutions than individuals. For ages, the nation has gone into a vicious circle because we have created more strong individuals who have really followed and pursued ego and personal interest to the detriment of national interest. So we need to now look at how best, soon after elections, given the opportunity of the national constitution, the new one, to really populate ourselves towards creation of credible national institutions to run the business of government. I thank you.
And so in closing this panel, I want to thank each of you for your questions and your comments and your participation. I want to thank Ned. I think that looking at the quality of the presentations and the conversation from this morning, I think is a good indication of success for this day. And then lastly, I would like to invite all of you to join me in thanking the panelists for their fabulous. And we're only 10 minutes behind.
Thank you very much, Imani. I think that was an excellent panel. We're unfortunately slipping behind a little bit, though, so I urge our next panel to please take their seats up at the front table, and we'll go right into the second panel.
Thank you.
I'll be going out with USA as the deputy director. 2 weeks.
Ah, thank you.
We have
I'm going to see you back.
How are you?
Say the mics are difficult.
Yeah. Yeah, just the hush. Is this the water you brought up there?
This is one I brought.
Okay. Okay, you're new. I want Thank you for joining us today. I didn't realize everything that happened here. And nice to meet you. One thing I'm going to ask you tonight is to help keep us on track.
That's okay. I know. I understand. I'm going to try to get back on track.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. That's really good. So, and that
How are you? I'm Dan Pep.
Aiwa, ndiri pano noenda koti instead.
No, but
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
when they're green, they're on. Yes, let me get it. So Dan, Martin's new music coming up here for his remarks, but
Right, that's why I thought it was important that you close the session. To come up and just everything else we're going to have some things down and some of us don't agree. So, but I don't want to put anyone to our death. You really want to go first? All right, that's fine. That's easy enough, okay? So we'll just go right down the order. Okay, so you'll now close. All right? I don't want to upset anyone.
It's now 11:15. entreat all of our participants to please take your seats so we can get started with the next panel. Our panelists are all seated and ready to go, so if you could please end your conversations and take a seat, we can get started with the second panel.
Share a microphone, which is easy enough. All right. Good morning, Dave. I'm sorry, I don't mean to preempt you, but
okay, please.
Yeah. Good morning,
Daniel.
My name is Dan Fisk, representing the International Republican Institute. I'm pleased to be here today to be representing IRI, and that IRI is co-sponsoring this event with the National Endowment for Democracy, the Robert F. Kennedy Center, Freedom House, and our sister institutes, NDI, SIPE, and the Solidarity Center. I know that earlier speakers have set the scene, and we're also running a bit behind schedule, so I am going to get us back on schedule because there'll be other opportunities during the course of the day to have interaction with our panelists, and I'm going to turn to them, not give you more remarks. There are bios, so let me just simply turn to the first one. We're pleased to have with us Dr. Martin Rupia. He brings academic think tank and governmental experience to the topic of the security services. As we know, the security sector in any transition is the wild card. So Martin, I'll turn to you. And I'm going to keep a 10-minute rule.
All right. Let's see. All right, very briefly, we have 10 minutes, and I'm sure I will try and get my point across. I was in Harare doing research the last 10 days, and there were 3 things that struck me. And I think it's important that we speak to that, because the security sector in the politics in Zimbabwe lie at the very core of whether or not there's going to be transfer, of power. The first caveat, as it were, was to see an operation Zhanyanya, okay, around prostitution, women being routed off the streets, etc. And on Friday last week, on the 12th, 14 women were paraded before a magistrate. They had created a police force made up of only women. And just before the 14 women, stepped before the magistrate, the police women disappeared. They refused to go and prosecute and provide evidence. Okay? So for me, then the magistrate said, okay, those that have paid bail, those that were inside, on remand, you are all released. So it's indicative of the rule by military operations that one sees in the Zimbabwean case study. But also it reflects that where the security sector or somebody had given a command, there is now a breakdown in the ranks in following, instructions. So it seems to me, when you look at the security sector, and then in the discussion as we go forward, you don't throw out the water with the baby. Things are beginning to change. The second was, of course, the special vote. And I will not spend 2 minutes. The special vote was meant to create a particular paradigm. Okay? For 4 hours, those of us that were on the ground in Mount Pleasant, in Bare, young police officers and other ranks were getting angry because they could not cast their vote. Senior police officers were sent to go up front and vote in a particular way, and they were shouted down by the other ranks. And the last point was what Jenny Williams was talking about. Police were deployed against other police. An important point for me. Okay? The third point, which for me provides hope, despair, and absolute shame, was the Saturday SADC meeting on Zimbabwe without our leaders. So the crisis in Zimbabwe has deteriorated to a point where we've become a SADC agenda item without our leaders being represented. So SADC is now deliberating and talking about SADC without the Zimbabweans sitting around the table. So those three events for me, I think, challenge every Zimbabwean to seriously begin to ask very serious questions. Why is it that we are at this point? And so I've got about 5 slides organized around what I am talking about, the relationship between political leadership and the military. So in other words, I'm looking at the political-military relationship in a liberation movement. The context that you see in Zimbabwe is, of course, right. Jenny Williams had put the last down, but I'm trying to do the same here. We are looking at the first liberation movement being voted out of power by democratic means. That is the best example that we are looking at. If I can find and try and work out the slides. Is there an AT person here, perhaps, to help us, work through? So the point I am looking at is really the generalship between, 1980 to the present. Zimbabwe Defense Forces has had 4 generals. Peter Walls, who did not last long, then left. Very good. Excellent. Oh, I understand. Yeah. And then we had Solomon Mujuru, we had Vitalis Zinawashe, and then the last one is Constantine Chiwenga. Okay? The 2 generals, Mujuru and Zinawashe, all approached the president and said, you need to have a dialogue with the political opposition. There is something just wrong going on about the country. And it's on record that Zinawashe and Colonel Dyke approached Mugabe. Mujuru with Dabengwa also approached Mugabe to say you need to have a dialogue. So the point I'm now asking is, why has that political-military relationship changed? Are we now in the realm of poor generalship? Or is it a very powerful political elite that is now using the military where it has lost political power? And I have a slide that shows you. So here I have the generalship that has been at the head of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces in the post-colonial period. So 2 of them, they've actually approached the president. They have spoken to the opposition and say something is wrong here somewhere. Can we sit down and talk? But the last commander appears not to have done that. So it's interesting to look at that. And you are talking about a very dominant political party, ZANU-PF, which actually does not have political majority. So this 3 slides very simply shows you the scale of political, the shift, as it were, of political legitimacy, as it were. And we'll talk about elections, we'll talk about scenarios, whether or not the elections and the coming up, referendum will then provide the legitimacy that is required. The 3 slides. In 1980, ZANU-PF had 57 seats. A major majority is up at 20 seats. In 2000, ZANU-PF went back into power with a 5-seat majority. Okay? 2008, they lost control of parliament and also the majority in the country. So the key became the presidential vote. And this is important. So we have a regime that actually does not have political legitimacy insofar as its policies that connect to the majority voters. So I have 3 scenarios, not of my own, but of reading of what is on the ground before I make recommendations and keep my 10 minutes so that Dan regains the whole. The first scenario for ZANU-PF is that they want to secure a presidential win and secure legitimacy renewal at all costs. Okay? And we can talk about the 6 stages of an election: delimitation, campaigning, voters registration, the polling, vote counting, and the announcement of the result. So we can, in the discussion, we can talk about that. The second scenario is they can live with a stalemate. Okay? They've had a run in the last 4 years of a government of national unity. And I think they can survive another government of national unity in which they know there will be the senior partner, and the other person, almost is a subordinate. But what has also happened is the presence of diamonds, the resources. Diamonds have been a game changer. 2006, we can discuss diamonds were discovered. By 2009, they then began to come onto stream. But diamonds revenue has not been directed through treasury for a number of reasons that we can talk about. What they cannot consider for themselves as the last scenario is an MDC landslide win. That would be a nightmare, because that would then bring in, again, SADC, again, African Union, the UN, and other players. They've already deployed, okay? And this map shows you, where the Joint Operation Command has deployed, forces throughout the country, okay? And of course, ZANU-PF machinery is being run in two areas. First, they discovered that the party cells, the districts had collapsed. So they've appointed an Air Force, Vice Marshal, Muchena, with intelligence, organizations to restructure the party. But also what these fellows are also doing is they are also running the presidential campaign, because you have an operation called Bora Msango, okay, where MPs from ZANU-PF would campaign for themselves, but not necessarily for the president. So there are two campaigns that are being run within ZANU-PF, a presidential campaign on the one hand, and a parliamentary campaign. But there's already deployment on the ground. So what are my recommendations so that I keep to time? The first is that I think we need a political renewal. If we find ourselves as suddenly, being discussed in SADC as Zimbabweans, then we must begin to accept that there's a serious crisis. We almost cannot afford to get out of SADC, as some of our leaders are now beginning to say. Some want to say they then later apologized, etc. But the damage has been done. Both the African Union and SADC has been berated, by our politicians, and it seems to us resolution number 6 by the African Union, which then gave the mandate to SADC, and the roadmap secured in July of last year in Cape Town, all of those things have been thrown away. The second is I think we need an enlightened generalship working with SADC and the AU as we go forward. So we are talking about recommendations beyond the elections. My take is that there has been a change in terms of what is the general telling the #1 political leader in the country, or vice versa. I think we need a change, because we know for a fact that Zinavache said certain things and Mujuru said certain things, and both of those generals sat with the opposition. They could read the writing on the wall. But what we now see is a different take. The last recommendation is I think we need a parliamentary-led debate on the diamonds. Where are the diamonds? What is it that we have as a nation? And where can we locate the diamonds at the very heart of our own economy to look at the 85% unemployed? The last referendum on 16 March, Zimbabweans were forced to pay for that, 40 million. Okay, cigarettes, money from our pensions, etc. But now we are going for the elections. ZANU-PF has refused money from outside, including abrogating an agreement to get money from the UN and then to cancel that agreement. So the money for the elections is actually coming from Zimbabweans again. And I think it's high time that we began to ask very serious and very hard questions as Zimbabweans. Then I think I'm done.
All right, Martin, thank you very much.
These are the sources for those who do that.
Thank you. We'll next turn to Irene Petrus, talk about the rule of law. Irene?
Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone again. Obviously, there's a lot of institutions that impact on rule of law and democracy, but in this presentation, I'm going to confine myself to the judiciary and to the prosecuting authorities and a little bit to the Human Rights Commission of Zimbabwe and how those impact on rule of law. We've heard a lot about different scenarios and what can happen over the next few weeks and even the next few months and that. But I think there's certain things which are very clear and very certain. So I'm not going to focus on scenarios, but just to say that obviously at some stage there's going to be an election. It might be on the 31st, it might not be, but there'll be a poll. There'll be announcement of results. And after those announced results, the next day there's still going to be a country called Zimbabwe. And it's still going to have systems and institutions which in part work and in part are as flawed as institutions in any other country across the globe. We can't run away from our desire and even our responsibility to ensure that we get our institutions working, hopefully functioning better and more efficiently at some time in the future, so that we can provide redress to the people who want to access those institutions and fewer negative experiences. If you speak to the ordinary person who comes into contact with the judicial system, the justice delivery system, or tries to find out how the Human Rights Commission operates and where they can report a violation, your heart will break at how difficult it is to provide or to get some kind of redress. Sometimes because of your political affiliation, sometimes because of your economic and social stature in the country, sometimes because of your geography, where you live, and how difficult or easy it is to access those places, and even on the basis of your education and how much you know about the systems that operate in the country. One of the other lessons that I've learned is that we can't rely on individuals, no matter how well-meaning they are, to change the system, to change our institutions, and to bring us back to a situation where we can comply and respect the rule of law. What we need are strong institutions and checks and balances, which can provide information about how those institutions and the individuals within them are operating, transparency relating to how they function, and also are able to provide increased public confidence. And it's only in that way that we can start beginning to restrain individuals who are within those institutions and their quest for power and prestige at the expense of justice. The final thing that I've learned is that even if we set the most foolproof systems, the less that we can leave in the hands of a human being, the better. And in this regard, where problems are rife, I would say let technology provide solutions. And I'll talk a bit more about that going on. I just have a few reflections about the developments relating to rule of law under the global political agreement. If you look at the constitutional reforms which were done, we have a new look, expanded Judicial Service Commission. We've got a new procedure for appointing judges, for appointing the prosecuting authority, for appointing commissioners to the Zimbabwe Human Rights Commission, which involves public inclusion, cooperation, and public scrutiny, together with parliamentary oversight. The provisions are not ideal, but I think they're much better than the current situation, which is shrouded in secrecy. We've seen over the last 2 weeks the number of judges who have been appointed to different courts in the country. Some people don't even know who some of the individuals are. We don't know how the Judicial Service Commission sat to decide on those judges. And of course, even if they are very able-bodied and good individuals, just the fact that the public is just surprised by these announcements will affect the confidence that they have in being able to rely on them when they approach the courts. The problematic role of the Attorney General and the prosecuting authority in the country has also been addressed in the new constitution. They've been separated out, and some provisions have been put in place for transparency or increased accountability of the prosecuting authority. However, one of the challenges with the new constitution is that the transitional provisions which relate to these key officers involving judges, prosecuting authority, ensures that the people who are there now remain protected. we have a situation where, because of our transitional provisions in the Constitution, we may have the same constitutional court bench for the next 7 years. And if we look at what has happened over the last 2 or 3 weeks, with the amount of litigation which has been flying backwards and forwards, and the manner in which the legal profession and the judiciary have had to deal with problems, and how they've become sucked into the politics of the elections and the now, instead of looking at how they can put in place a system which provides confidence under a new constitution, a new constitutional court, then we start seeing some of the challenges. No audits of the individuals who are in the positions that they're in, how a judge's record has been over the years, what the prosecuting authority, what the Attorney General has been doing, who he's prosecuted, who he's protected over the last decade or so. So what the transitional provisions have done is to seek to protect people rather than to strengthen the institutions. And that is something which we're going to have to deal with as we move beyond the elections and as the Constitution comes into full effect. During the time of the global political agreement, there were also some other reform initiatives and developments. Some of them were very positive. We had preliminary investment in the infrastructure to build or improve court premises, investment in some of the tools of trade which were required by the judiciary and by the prosecuting authority. A code of conduct or ethics for the judges was finalized, and it's now in place. And there's a 5-year strategic plan for the Judicial Service Commission. And some preliminary work has started on a case flow management system so that we're able to see how cases are being processed. Some capacity building has been done for judicial officers and for prosecutors. It's only the poor old Zimbabwe Human Rights Commission which has been completely starved of resources. It has not been operationalized by having an effective secretariat that can get programs moving and ensure that people are able to access that commission. The final thing that I wanted to just look back and reflect on is how the impending elections have impacted on rule of law, and in particular those institutions that I've been talking about. What comes out from the developments over the last few weeks is that it's very clear there's a very deep-seated fear of an independent and an effective judiciary, and also a fear of an independent and effective prosecuting authority, and a fear of an independent and effective legal profession that can guard the Constitution, challenge it, develop it, and make sure that the judges have to deal with issues which are brought before them. Also, the last few weeks have shown that the courts have failed to instill confidence in decisions which they've taken. And a lot of it is because they haven't provided reasons for some of their judgments. In some cases, you have a fast track of hearing. In other cases, you're told the matters are not urgent and they can be dealt with after the effect, after the election, after certain timelines have already passed. And the packing of the bench over the last 2 weeks has also been something which raises questions. So how does all of that fit together, and how do we move forward in light of these challenges? And I've broken it down into basically 3 areas. The first is using the possibilities which come with the new constitution. What we need is to have a comprehensive process where we audit the laws, we align the constitution, we align the processes for appointment of those in public office, particularly in the rule of law sector. Properly establishing the new Judicial Service Commission, including the technical staff who run the day-to-day operations and can help to bring public confidence into the system. And of course, more constitutional awareness and literacy around rule of law institutions, how they're supposed to function, the role of the public in holding them to account, and even literacy efforts which target the executive and how they should be responding and respecting the independence of the judiciary, the independence of the prosecuting authority, and the role of lawyers in helping to promote the rule of law. The second is let's see how we can strengthen the justice delivery system, both internally and externally. I've already spoken a bit about the efforts that have been going on to improve the infrastructure and the accessibility of courts down at community level, the magistrates' courts, and that kind of thing. The same thing applies to the Human Rights Commission. But realistically, the support which is required is going to have to come through government channels. There's no ways that an NGO can assist in bringing new magistrates' courts and how they're going to be built and where they're going to be built and all of that kind of access. And of course, the state of the infrastructure is such that it is going to be a massive project to try and make sure that there's enough places which can bring access to justice to the people. There's also a need really to put in place mechanisms which can deal with corruption. Corruption is rife within rule of law institutions, and a situation where the country may open up and there may be possibilities to inject resources into rebuilding can also bring with it very real problems of that resourcing being sucked into or through cracks and not getting to the areas which really need to receive the funding. And in that regard, I think the role of civil society and law-based organizations becomes very important, particularly the local organizations. They're aware of where the challenges are. They're aware of where the corruption is. They're aware of how some of these things are hidden from potential international partners or development partners who will put money in but not really see how the system is being abused. So how can we work with local civil society in a way which can strengthen the institutions and minimize corruption? There's also a need to put in place monitoring mechanisms to look at how judges are performing in terms of the code of conduct, whether the Judicial Service Commission is adhering to its strategic plan, and how they deal with issues where their decisions are assaulted or just overlooked, and how they themselves are strengthening rule of law. And like I said before, the urgent use of technology, the case flow management system, how cases come from the prosecuting authority, even from the police, right up to the judicial level. People must be able to have access to see how their cases are progressing. Yes, some of that has been done, but what we've noticed is that when it comes to the very political or the sensitive cases, there's a case flow management system for everything else, but there's a very human and political and politicized system which is put in place for ensuring that certain cases are heard quickly, certain cases are overlooked until it's too late, and that certain cases are provided to individual judges who will do the right thing once those cases come before them. And the only way that you can deal with that is to make sure that allocations, timelines, and everything is dealt with in terms of technology and that electronic case management system. My final point is on depoliticization of the rule of law institutions. Part of that, I think, can be done through tracking the conduct of judicial officers, prosecuting authorities, through their adherence to the codes of ethics and their own acts which oversee their mandates. There's also need for civil society and the public itself to be involved in the public processes of appointment, questioning when certain people try and apply for some of the offices that they'll be applying for. And also there's a need to try and look at effective measures which can counter impunity when it comes to the executive branch of government literally assaulting the rule of law and the independence of the judiciary and the prosecuting authority. There's need also to increase the efforts to strengthen the law society and law-based organizations and the legal profession as a whole. Without an independent legal profession, without lawyers who are able to do their work without fear of being arrested, abducted, prosecuted falsely and maliciously, then there's no ability to develop and enhance the rights that are in the Constitution and make sure that human rights defenders continue to be protected. And I think finally, there's a need to also have more space and opportunity to do research and reflection, a critique of how the courts are working, how the prosecuting authority is working, how the legal profession is contributing towards upholding and strengthening the rule of law. We've seemed to always be in an emergency mode, a reaction mode. We don't have time to reflect on decisions that have been made. We don't have time to write about them. We don't have time to critique them. And we even have a fear of doing that because of the contempt of court procedures which can be brought against us as lawyers. Zimbabwe had a very rich history of analysis and critique of judgments and progressions in law. And it's something which has been lost over the years. And I think that if there's time and space given to that process, then we can start even within the profession ourselves contributing to strengthening the rule of law. Thank you.
Irene, thank you very much. We'll now turn to the question of the legislature and Jabu Sili Shumba. Jabu?
Many thanks, Mr. Chairman. I think given the importance of the scenarios and particularly given the uncertainties, perhaps the conveners would have considered to bring, I think, TB Joshua to try and help us to predict, the outcome of the elections in Zimbabwe. But I will start my presentation perhaps the reverse way by making 6 core points, which are also my conclusion. And the first one is that given the result of the previous election and the current context in Zimbabwe, no party is likely to win the majority in parliament, and Zimbabwe is headed towards another hung parliament. So there's strong basis for a coalition government after the election in the next 10 days, or 8 days, sorry. Then secondly, I think the proportional representation introduced in the new constitution and the Electoral Act adds to the complexity in trying to analyze and predict the likely result and composition and control of parliament. But what is apparent is that the party that wins the majority in terms of the directly elected constituency members of parliament is likely to have that majority reversed depending on the outcome of the proportional representation, or it can be further consolidated, and that will also likely to impact the argument for the basis of a coalition government. And thirdly, the political atmospherics in Zimbabwe are not ripe for a free and fair poll. And given, I think, the stalled reform agenda, I think a lot of colleagues have already spoken to it. I will not restate the case. The country is also not ready logistically, as we saw with the chaotic or chaos that prevailed during the special voting. Then my fourth conclusion, or my fourth point, is that there is an imminent risk in Zimbabwe that the gold standard for the upcoming election is likely to be reduced to peaceful, benchmarked against the 2008 political violence levels, rather than necessarily credible, free and fair. So there's a strong risk that the language that seeks to come out even from SADC and other election observer missions that are already in the country, they are speaking more to peace rather than the benchmarks of credibility, freeness and fairness of the election. So the gold standard is a major risk in this election. Then my fifth conclusion is that only a significant, I will underscore that, popular vote can overcome the margin of error in determining the election outcome. And a marginal victory, perhaps on the part of the democratic forces or opposition,
is more likely to be reversed. So it's only a very significant, kind of popular vote which is likely to defeat there is a certain threshold to which rigging can control the outcome of the poll, and a significant popular vote can be able to overcome that. Then regarding the election outcome, I think ZANU-PF victory is more likely to be premised on the harvest of fear, low turnout in MDCT provinces or strongholds, and the margin of error, while victory for the MDCT will be a function of strong popular support, effective fraud control plan, which means the ability to detect and diffuse the impact of rigging, and a clear results management system. So briefly, I will try to explain, the conclusions that I make on my first 6 points. Regarding the first one, that Zimbabwe is headed toward the hung parliament with no party controlling the parliamentary vote, controlling the majority of the parliamentary, of the parliament. So I basically used the results in 2008, where the MDCT won 100 seats and ZANU-PF won 99, then MDC and won 10 and one independent. So no party had declared a majority in the results of the parliamentary, election. And in this election, the three parties are contesting, the current, election, and the impact on the distribution of seats is more likely to remain, the same, although with differing margins. Margins can differ, but what is apparent is that no party is likely to win that clear majority in parliament. And I think on the presidential, vote, just a quick comment is to say that there have been a number of, public opinion surveys that are indicating a swinging kind of pendulum between the MDC, T and ZANU-PF. However, my only caution is that the environment in Zimbabwe, during the environment in Zimbabwe under which those surveys have been held, is kind of makes it very, very difficult to be able to say that the surveys may perhaps reflect a true view of the Zimbabweans, given the fear that continues to grip Zimbabweans across the different parts of the country. However, the point that I want to make is that a party which wins the presidential election may not necessarily control parliamentary majority. Then on my second conclusion regarding the complexity of the proportional representation, I wish I had time to explain, but I keep on battling in my mind what kind of wisdom did our political parties in Zimbabwe consider in coming up with a quite complex system which determines who will go through the proportional representation. But in short, when Zimbabweans go to vote, when you vote for a constituency candidate, your vote will necessarily impact on three other appointments. The first one is the proportional representation in the National Assembly, in which 60 women are going to be determined by that particular vote. Then the second one is the Senate, and finally the Provincial Council. So when you vote for your own constituency member of parliament, you'll be directly or indirectly voting for three other appointments in the structures of government. I'm really wondering if Zimbabweans are quite educated to the point of appreciating that you are not necessarily going to be voting for a constituency member of parliament with your vote, but you are going to be affecting three other appointments in the structures of government, which are the women, 60 women that are going to be added to the to the National Assembly, then also the Senate by proportional representation, and then the provincial councils. But using the results of the previous election, I just tried to analyze what would that amount to in terms of the distribution of of the votes. What I found was that with 100 seats in the first round for the MDCT and 99 for ZANU-PF, then 10 for MDCN, if you use the same formula that they used to calculate the distribution of the proportional representation, it would have meant that out of the 60 seats for the National Assembly, ZANU-PF would have 128, and the MDCT would have 124. So despite the MDC having 100 in terms of the directly elected members of parliament, when you use the formula that they agreed to with ZANU-PF to calculate the proportional representation, in fact ZANU-PF would have been leading in terms of the proportional representation formulas, because what it says is that, just briefly about it, I think it favors those that will have that will have even the lowest votes in all the provinces, significant votes in all the provinces. What it says is that, in fact, it is the quota, which is the total vote, the total votes that are casted, which determines the quota, that the quota is then used to determine of your vote. It is divided by the quota, which is divided by the total vote of the province divided by 6, then that quota is then divided into the party's total votes to determine how many seats you get. So they won't round off. Then they say the balance. They won't round off to the nearest figure. They say the balance of your remaining votes, the first one with the highest balance will get the next seat. So that is quite complex to try and understand. So on the political atmospherics regarding my conclusion, I think sufficient explanation has been given by my colleagues. But regarding the gold standard, I think for the election, it appears to me that this election is more likely to be benchmarked against the June 2008 in terms of the absence of physical violence. And it is more likely that the emphasis is likely to give us the different election observer missions in Zimbabwe, saying that the election in Zimbabwe was peaceful and therefore the outcome is a credible one. But that is despite the fact that all the missions that are currently in the country should appreciate that Zimbabwe over the past 4 years has failed to institute a clear reform agenda leading to the elections. Even SADC, I'm surprised by the meeting that you referred to in South Africa, that they are still looking forward to a credible election in the next 8 days, when in fact they clearly admit to this point that Zimbabwe over the past 4 years have failed to institute enabling reforms for a free and fair and credible poll. So what is it that on the election day would have changed for any observer mission to say that the election in Zimbabwe is credible, free and fair? And I think that applies across board even to the American foreign policy. What is it on the day of the election that you are waiting to see? If for the past 4 years we agree that there have not been sufficient reforms that enable a free, credible and fair poll in Zimbabwe. So for me, there is no reason why observer missions are in fact in Zimbabwe. You only have to appreciate the fact that there have not been sufficient reforms that allow for a genuine expression of the Zimbabwean people. So if elections are about the citizens and the ability to express themselves in determining who is going to govern them, certainly the Zimbabwean election is not about the citizens. So that explains my fourth conclusion. Then regarding the determinants of the election outcome, I argue that the electoral administration system, I think, remains firmly in control of ZANU-PF, and the MDCs have been government, and they have gained more knowledge, including expanded networks on the state machinery. Perhaps this may work to minimize the impact on the margin of error, but hence that's why I argue that a significant popular vote may this time around determine the election outcome rather than necessarily the margin of error. Then I think my time is almost running out. I would have loved to explain that my point that on the final conclusion that Zimbabwe is headed towards another coalition government, given that you will at least need to control parliament in order to pass your key policies, including the laws. But that, according to the analysis that I have already given, is not a given that one party will be able to control a simple majority. So the MDCN will remain a critical kind of player in terms of what kind of coalition that they will enter into with either the MDCT or ZANU-PF, depending on who wins the presidential vote. But certainly what is apparent is that a coalition government is on the cards. The question is, who will be part of that coalition government? Is it the MDCN and ZANU-PF, or the MDCN and the MDCT, depending of course on the outcome of the presidential vote? Thank you, Chairman.
Great. Jabu, thank you very much. Since the constitutional framework will actually set the parameters for much of the discussion Zimbabweans face after the election, we'll turn to Dewa Mavinga. Dewa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Dewa Mavinga. I'm a senior researcher with the Human Rights Watch. On the Constitution, the new Constitution that was signed into law on 22 May this year, it has been viewed as a positive thing for Zimbabwe, as the comprehensive document that has all the reforms to deliver credible, free and fair elections in Zimbabwe. On July 8, I was in Harare and I had a meeting with the national chairperson for ZANU-PF, Ambassador Simon Kaya Moyo. So in this meeting, I wanted to confront ZANU-PF on the issue of the security forces, that they are partisan and that they have been publicly supporting President Mugabe and saying that they would not accept an outcome that favors the MDC and Morgan Tsvangirai. So I put that question to him, and his response was that, look, Zimbabwe's security forces are individuals who did not come out of the blue. They have a history of the liberation struggle, and therefore they cannot be expected to be non-partisan or to be impartial. So in his view, ZANU-PF openly supports that partisan view from the security forces and that it would stay like that. Some senior officials had said, for example, Major General Douglas Nyikairamba, that he is in ZANU-PF and ZANU-PF is in him. And this is a very senior military official in the country, openly campaigning for ZANU-PF. And ZANU-PF is saying, their national spokesperson, chairperson is saying, this is fine. And now this brings us to President Mugabe and ZANU-PF's attitude towards key state institutions. If we rewind and go back to the liberation struggle and to independence in 1980, and this is what ZANU-PF loves doing, to look back to history, for them to understand what's happening now. In 1980, ZANU-PF inherited state institutions, including a constitution that had been negotiated in the UK at Lancaster, which they accepted, but for them the basis of legitimacy was not the new constitution that was in place then, the transitional document, but was that they had fought a liberation struggle. They had fought a violent war, and in their view they had won, and therefore that was the basis for the formation of the new state of Zimbabwe. So the new constitution that was in place, the Lancaster House Constitution of 1979, was just nominal, was just a cosmetic document with no real value, because for them to trace legitimacy, they would go back to the liberation struggle. And that has remained. The military wing for ZANU at that time, the ZANU Supremos, are still the same individuals who are in control of the security forces now. And the same attitude that constitutions, legal documents are not or should not constrain power continues to guide ZANU-PF. So President Mugabe uses individuals who are loyal to him first and to the constitutions and other institutions second. So you would find that in Zimbabwe we have very weak and compromised institutions which are subservient to Mugabe and ZANU-PF first. At the bedrock, they report first to the Politburo before they report to cabinet. And this is the challenge in the country. So when you have a new constitution, which is, as my colleagues have said, quite progressive in its provisions. For example, Article 208 of the new constitution on the security forces says that all security forces should not be political, should not interfere politically, should be non-partisan, and should respect the constitution. But that is as far as it goes. The challenge is in the implementation of that document, which is where we have challenges, which is where President Mugabe and ZANU-PF would go the other way, notwithstanding that the rules are quite clear in terms of what is prohibited. Again, as my colleague Irene has said, if you look at the judiciary, it's compromised at the leadership level. The individuals who are in the judiciary, at the end of the day, when they are presented with a new constitution to interpret it, they would first look at the values that suit their superiors, and this is how it would go. So if you look at the recent constitutional judgments that have been passed in recent weeks, they legally they are absurd, but politically they make sense because of the individuals who are controlling these institutions. And perhaps this is where the MDC formations in government have made a mistake over the last 4 years, a failure to articulate a clear position on the rule of law in the country and on compromised state institutions. Because the first reaction from the MDCs has been that if there is a problem, you approach the courts. But by approaching the courts, you are also validating the legitimacy of the concept of the rule of law in that country. So if you then get a verdict or a ruling that is against you, and you complain about it, it's merely sour grapes. It's not about the fundamentals that the individuals who are controlling are not exactly non-partisan. And this is the problem. If you take that argument further within the framework of the new constitution, to look at the attitude of the Southern African Development Community, it is also the same. In mid-June, SADC made a ruling that the courts of Zimbabwe have a final say on whether or not elections should proceed on July 31. Notwithstanding that SADC was saying it was recommending an extension of that date. But the bottom line was that they were saying, look, it is up to your courts. Without looking at the makeup of those courts, the challenges around the rule of law, and that really in terms of implementation is simply asking one arm of ZANU-PF to make a ruling on whether or not elections should go on. And indeed, the Constitutional Court ruled that elections should go ahead, notwithstanding the need for critical reforms. So, as we look at the various scenarios, and of course Zimbabwe is very unpredictable, we are saying, and some have said, the election could go Mugabe's way, or it could go the MDC way, or it could be disputed. Yes, but in the event of an election dispute, what are the resolution mechanisms? How is it resolved? You go to court. And in terms of the courts, who is in the courts? When the new constitution was signed into law on May 22 this year, just before it was signed into law, President Mugabe unilaterally appointed 2 new constitutional court judges. And he was supposed to consult others, but he did not, because he was now looking at the game plan, that a resolution of these disputes would go before the courts. And no matter how absurd the Constitutional Court decision will be, it will be endorsed, and SADC will stand by that. And again, by extension, this is the challenge for the international community. The US government, the EU, and the UK have said, we are looking to SADC to take the lead on Zimbabwe. And SADC already is crumbling under pressure from ZANU-PF and Mugabe. They are prepared, it appears, to lower the bar, to accept a solution that would appear to be a victory, and to simply say, let's move ahead. So it appears if Mugabe forces through a victory and is declared the victor, the matter is disputed, it goes to the Constitutional Court, where Chichigao Siku, a former deputy minister for ZANU-PF, sits. They would rule that, well, it may not be credible, free and fair, but the will of the people of Zimbabwe has been given, has been said, has been respected, and therefore let's move ahead. SADC is likely to endorse that, and therefore the international community will be unable to come with a different position. The diplomats based in Harare have each 5 observers that have been allocated to them. The US embassy has 5 observers, the UK, the EU, and others. So they will be able to independently look at the conditions for themselves. But the challenge is investing too much faith in SADC, when in fact, when President Mugabe in the last 10 days launched his election manifesto, he referred to the SADC facilitator, Ambassador Lindiwe Zulu, as an idiotic street woman who is stupid. And in response, President Zuma actually said she had gone overboard. She had said things that she was not authorized to say. So South Africa is backing off, is actually throwing its own under the bus in order to accommodate Mugabe. So these are things that the international community should look at as we move forward. In terms of the new constitution, yes, it's a good document, but the challenge has to do with the individuals who are the custodians of that document. And this generation that is led by President Mugabe is a generation that does not believe in the values of constitutionality in terms of respecting the constitutional spirit, but in terms of ensuring that it suits them. If you look at the history of the respect for the constitution, around 2000, when there were the challenges around the land inversions, a number of High Court and Supreme Court rulings actually went against ZANU-PF, and Mugabe openly said, we will not respect those rulings that do not suit us. And this is the attitude. And sometimes when it suited them, if a ruling went against them, they would simply amend the constitution to reflect the new position that is favorable to ZANU-PF. And President Mugabe has said on public record that if they win these coming elections, one of the first things that they will do is to revisit and amend this constitution to reflect a view that is favorable to Mugabe and to ZANU-PF. So these are the challenges that we're grappling with, and I will stop there and look to questions. Thank you.
Dewa, thank you very much. Our panelists have covered a diverse but very important set of issues, so we will now open up the floor for discussion, and I'd ask again as a courtesy to everyone that you identify yourself and any affiliation, and saw you first, sir, and please, in the blue shirt here.
Thanks. Hi, I'm Scott Wallace with the Wallace Global Fund, a foundation that funds in Zimbabwe. I wonder if any of you would care to comment on these new memos from ZANU-PF that were leaked to the Daily Mail, which it's 4 pages of outrageous stuff that shows an active conspiracy with outside players, with the military, with the security services, with the intelligence to doctor the results of the election, to conduct 35,000 youth troops out there with assault weapons to conduct covert intimidation of voters. It's shocking criminal conspiracy clearly outlined in internal ZANU-PF documents. You mentioned that the Constitution guarantees that the security forces cannot be involved in partisan politics. SADC, which the rules of SADC to which Zimbabwe subscribes provide for free and fair elections. These memos alone clearly show that the elections, before they even happen, cannot possibly be free and fair. The map up here showed the generals and lieutenant colonels that are in charge of rounding up votes for ZANU-PF. What opportunities does this series of memos provide as a smoking gun to do litigation in international forums, the SADC tribunal, the AU, the International Criminal Court? I know Zim is not a subscriber to it, but what opportunities are there now before the election to say this is an affront to international law, to conventions that Zimbabwe has signed off on, to put pressure, international diplomatic pressure, not just judicial pressure, for Mugabe to disavow this and say, I condemn these tactics. He can no longer just say that the security forces are doing this on their own because their liberation mentality that they have inherited. This is a plan. So the deniability is gone. So what opportunities are there for the international community to say, Mr. Mugabe, condemn this. If anybody dares to carry out this outrageous plan, you will lock them up for a long time.
Anyone want to take that on the panel?
Yeah. As they say, we are angels fear to tread.
Thank you.
So some of us tend to jump in. One is to look at the Maputo Declaration of 15 June. It said exactly what June 2000, the military issued a statement to say they will be apolitical and will respect any government that would come out of that election. SADC in June of this year then directly ordered the president for the military chiefs to recant their statement. And that's one of the things that has not happened. Of course, I cannot, directly give credence on these documents that the Mail and Guardian or whoever, has received. But to the extent that I can link that to what SADC is saying, and which has not happened, then it begins to show us that certainly in terms of the reforms that we are supposed to have occurred, that has not happened. But certainly in terms of their view of the election, an election for them, they have said quite openly, is not sufficient an instrument to get them out of power. So what that then means to me is that the implications are that the people, the majority in Zimbabwe, have voted the way the slides I've tried to show, but they need perhaps SADC, the African Union, and even the United Nations support to be able to confront what Vince Musewe has published a recent book our former liberators are now our, oppressors.
Any others? Dan?
Yes, just to say that SADC has its own principles and guidelines on the conduct of democratic elections, but it appears that now they are saying, well, this is Africa. You are not going to have, in any case, perfect conditions for credible, free and fair elections. They are also anxious to move on. So this is why I'm cautioning, putting too much faith in the SADC basket, to say that they're actually preparing to lower the bar on Zimbabwe, to say what is reasonably acceptable, that which we can move on with. And in their view, one element that they would want to eliminate is the open use of violence. So the manipulation of the vote, the stealing, that they can live with, it appears, but save only for open violence. So, and again, they would go the cautious route of saying, if you have a dispute, one of the principles or one of the standards for SADC is that there must be a provision in national law for settling election disputes. And in this case, it is there, it says you go to the courts. And therefore, they will say, simply follow that provision. And if the MDC goes to the courts, the outcome is predictable. But again, SADC would hide behind that and then say, well, at least you satisfied the requirements of your own internal rule of law provisions. And so let's live with that and let's move ahead. More or less what happened in Kenya, where there was a dispute, there was manipulation, but less violence, and the Constitutional Court settled the matter in favor of Uhuru and Ruto, and that was that.
Okay, thank you. Sir, did you have a question? I saw you second, so go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Nia Cote. I'm a student of U.S. policy on Africa here in Washington. I think this is a fantastic conference, both the issues covered and the groups that came together to do it. And this particular panel is impressive, looking at institutions. But with apologies, let me say that I would have liked to see one other institution covered on this panel, and that is political parties. And therefore, to make it a quick question for you, pick your brains. If you look at Zimbabwe down the road, the next 10 years, do you see big changes in the alignment of political parties? And because this is a big issue in Nigeria and Ghana, the other question is, what do you think, how do you think Zimbabweans will react if someone were to propose that there should be public funding of political parties, that public funding can be an instrument for improving political parties? What's your view? That will Zimbabweans accept that or reject it? Thank you.
Political parties, panelists, anyone?
Okay, maybe I would briefly go first. On the issue of political parties, the prospects for development of multi-party democracy in Zimbabwe are quite bright. The stumbling block for the last 33 years has been ZANU-PF and President Mugabe, who before 1980 had expressed a desire to have a one-party state, which was fought vigorously and defeated in 1989. But so it would appear that with this generation passing on, by whatever means, we have better prospects for democracy. Public funding, we do have actually public funding for political parties in the country, but there is a proportion of the votes that you must reach. I think it's 10 or 15% or something like that. But already it's on the statutes. Thank you.
Any other panelists on that? There was a question here. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Cleopatra Maguaro. I'm a founding trustee of a nonprofit, and I'm also an international lawyer. My question really is for Irene. Irene, I want to find out from you spoke a little bit about this, but how can we ensure that civic society, together with the Zimbabwe lawyers, for Human Rights maintains a watchdog role? And also, how will the Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights support literacy efforts for those in politics, given the disconnect that politicians often have with the people that you spoke about who are service seekers to the courts and justice? Thank you.
Thanks for that. Well, I think there's different ways of ensuring the watchdog role. Part of it is being able to interact with the institutions and try and input into the way that they function, even their strategic plans, and that so that we're part of the system of trying to improve them. But obviously, there's litigation which can be done. I think the new constitution offers quite a lot of opportunities to do public interest litigation where there's a feeling that some of the institutions are not sticking to their mandates. I think right now it's mainly been about dealing with fires, putting them out, trying to assist human rights defenders. I look forward to a time where there's a bit of space that we'll be able to interact more on a middle to long-term basis with some of the institutions. Some of that has already started, and yeah, then we'll be able to do something like that. The second part of the question, sorry, I've lost it now. The literacy for the political parties. Well, there's also efforts that we have together with Parliament. We have an MOU with Parliament, and we should be able to interact over the next cycle of 5 years with the different parliamentary committees, the different thematic committees, to be able to do rights literacy around the new constitution. So hopefully we'll be able to develop programs together on that, and then even see how we can build linkages between Parliament and civil society, Parliament and the public, so that we can start to discuss more about the role of the institutions.
Good. Thank you. We have time for, I think, for really one more question. Or tell you what, we'll take, I saw 3 hands. We'll take the questions 1, 2, 3. So the gentleman here on the left, then we'll go to the gentleman in the back, and then there's the woman in red in the back still has a question. We'll do that. So please make your questions short.
Thank you. Mondonga Mokoli, I'm a professor at Marymount and Australia University. Zimbabwe is a multiracial and a multi-ethnic society. And in your discussion, you haven't mentioned the role that the race and ethnicity play in the upcoming election. Could you please talk about that, if possible?
Sorry, sir, can you speak, again, repeat your question? I'm sorry, and speak directly into the microphone. Just make sure we understood it.
The issue of race and ethnicity is very important when we talk about election in African countries, in particular Zimbabwe, where you have race and ethnicity. In your country, you only have ethnicity. So the panel didn't talk about the issue of race and the issue of ethnicity during the elections and beyond the elections. So if they could talk about
right. Okay, thank you.
Briefly, yes.
Then there's the gentleman in the back with the hat. Please speak in directly into the microphone.
My name is Uno Ijim from Nigeria, associate scholar here on American politics and political thought. I want to say very clearly that our discussion here suggests that we are helpless as far as the Zimbabwean election and issue is concerned. Civil society in backward societies, especially like Africa, is signing a pact with death. If you go to confront them, they demolish you. The situation in Zimbabwe needs external intervention, especially in constitutional reform. If we conduct election 20 times in Zimbabwe with Mugabe, he will still win. SADC is not ready to do anything because Mugabe plays a very serious role within the leadership of SADC. And that is why they want to lower the bar to enable him have his way. I will suggest very clearly that we need further constitutional reform that will reflect very amply that any person that has been a president in Zimbabwe should not be qualified to contest election again until that is enforced by SADC and AU. Election in Zimbabwe with Mugabe will continue to be a victory for Mugabe and his party. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. And then I don't know if there's a woman on the right. Yes, ma'am. In the red. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Just two quick questions I wanted to ask the lawyers, Ms. Mavinga and Ms. Petrus. The dilemma that the constitutional setup presents to SADC when you say it always reverts to the Zimbabwean judiciary to address the issue of legitimacy, yet, as you said, the actual judiciary seems to be very flawed or skewed towards ZANU-PF. What is the way out of that? And then also, question to Mr. Rupiah and Mr. Shumba, maybe you can address this too, and that the issue of the defense, of course, having pledged as they have in the past not to work with Mr. Tsvangirai or any other opposition that is not aligned in, or was not, who did not partake in the liberation struggle. How do you see that scenario playing out in the event that there is a new leadership after next week? Thank you.
Thanks. So let me just suggest this, since we have short time. Dave, why don't we just start to you, go from you down, answering you all the questions.
Yeah, thank you. I would say on the first question around the challenge of electoral processes in Zimbabwe, yes, I agree that that's the bigger challenge, to push for reforms. And in a way, that has been the challenge with the political players on the ground, the MDCs. This GPA dispensation was supposed to deliver these reforms that we're talking about now, including a provision on whether or not President Mugabe can stand for the coming elections. But as Irene indicated, one of the key positions where ZANU-PF would not move in these negotiations was on protecting individuals occupying offices currently. So this is where they were saying it's a non-negotiable. And unfortunately, external pressure was not sufficient to insist that there should be these critical reforms. And this speaks to the next part of the question that around the dilemma of the constitutional issues. That really it comes down to external pressure. SADC was mediating the process in Zimbabwe and should have insisted in that framework of mediation that all issues pertaining to Zimbabwe will be resolved at the SADC level, and not to say some issues will be put back to the Constitutional Court, because it was SADC that insisted that there should be an inclusive government. So because of its mediation role, so it must simply, in that same spirit, we have continued to say that all decisions relating to elections will be finalized by SADC and not by some institutions within the country. And of course, it would have helped if the MDC had also insisted that the institutions are compromised, particularly the judiciary. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I will tackle the ethnicity question. Perhaps I didn't clarify in my presentation that one of the parties, the MDC led by Professor Walsh Mengue, will get a significant kind of share of the vote, both in terms of proportional representation and also some seats in the National House of Assembly, largely to the Ndebele nationalism that will more likely to drive their vote and representation, and they'll continue to get quite a significant balance of power in the National Assembly or in Parliament. So it will certainly play a significant role in the politics in Zimbabwe over the next couple of years. And Zimbabwe, I think, is shifting from necessarily a bi-party political system dominated by ZANU-PF and MDCT to include the MDCN.
Thanks, Mark.
Very briefly, I think the race and class issue, Jabu has answered. Political parties in Zimbabwe, more or less, also reflect the regional and racial division of the country. Ndebele, Shona, North, South, and Central. And on the question that you ask in terms of the role of the military, I believe what they say. On 9 January 2002, they said if anybody was to win, they're going to not hand over power. We saw that in March 2008. They have repeated those statements. And in my recommendations, I said to myself when I was putting my notes together, I have no reason to doubt them. And it seems to me that SADC also wanted them to formally recant their statement. So my sense is that if anybody wins other than ZANU-PF, the military will step in.
Irene, you get the last word.
Sure. Just 2 points on Zimbabweans, well, it being a helpless situation. I don't think that, well, I hope that we haven't put, I mean, yes, there are a lot of problems, but I think if you look at how Zimbabweans have been fighting to register, fighting to do voter education, fighting to do civic education, fighting for a new constitution, fighting to be able to go to the polls, whatever date those polls will be, you'll see that there's a lot of tenacity on the ground, even in terms of gathering and going to rallies and being able to have public debates and that. So I think there is the tenacity there. It's just whether or not the tenacity will be able to overcome all the challenges. And that will be the question of whether something can happen like that on the 31st. The final issue on the judiciary, I think the election, this election season, I think brings out the best and it also brings out the worst in people and institutions, and it's a necessary step that we have to go through. I think after everything has cooled down from elections and that we'll be able then to assess. People always ask, why do you lawyers keep going back to court? You know that, I mean, even Deva was saying it here, that, you give an excuse for politicians to say, well, the court has ruled. But I really believe that going to court also exposes the way that systems have been corrupted. It exposes the way that people are taken for granted. And there will be a time in the future when people will look at that information. We have some provision in our constitution for setting up a National Peace and Reconciliation Commission. And I think a lot of people will fight to make sure that some of these institutions and the individuals will have to go there and answer for some of the things that have been done. And so it's part of the record of being able to do that.
Let me ask you all to thank our panelists for excellent presentations, and Dave, we'll turn it to you.
Thank you very much, Dan. You've done a great job of getting us more or less back on schedule. We're only allowing 15 minutes for lunch, so I think we've got a very nice lunch outside. If you'll all please help yourself, eat as much as you can, sit down, finish eating, and then we'll have the Deputy Assistant Secretary of State speaking next.
Thank you so much.
So help yourself to lunch, please.
Please.
You cannot forgo a chance to do politics. And say.
It's my distinct pleasure to hand over the mic to the endowment's board member. We're very proud of Ambassador Princeton Lyman. He's well known to everybody here as the recent special envoy to Sudan and former ambassador to Nigeria and to South Africa. So without further ado, Ambassador Lyman.
Thank you very much. Is this on? Hello? There we go. Hello. Thank you all for coming. And let me first congratulate all the organizations that sponsored this conference today. I think all of us, certainly I, and I'm sure others, were deeply impressed as we listened to the panel about the determination, the ingenuity, and indeed the personal courage of so many people in Zimbabwe working tirelessly on behalf of democracy and restoring Zimbabwe to the level, as one of the questioners reminded us, of its potential. And I was deeply moved and impressed by all the speakers, and they certainly deserve not only our admiration but our support. I have the distinct pleasure and privilege of introducing our speaker, Dr. Shannon Smith, a PhD in history, a teacher, but over many years recently a key person on the Hill. It's an open secret on the Hill that, with all due respect to senators and representatives, it's the staff people who count. They're the ones who translate ideas into concrete proposals, programs, objectives, and ultimately legislation. And Shannon Smith has done that, as you will see in the bio, translating the PEPFAR program into long-term authorization and putting that major program on a sustained basis. She did it also in programs to counter war criminals and organized crime leaders. She's done it on climate change. She's been an extraordinarily important member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee staff for a number of years. I had the privilege of working with her when she accompanied Senator Kerry, now Secretary of State Kerry, on his very important visits to Sudan and South Sudan that helped bring South Sudan to its independence in 2011. I think her appointment as Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Africa is one of the best appointments in the second Obama administration. So it's a great pleasure and an honor to introduce to you Dr. Shannon Smith, Deputy Assistant Secretary.
Thank you so much. It's an honor just to be introduced by Ambassador Lyman, from whom I've learned so much over the years in Sudan and elsewhere. I want to start by thanking the National Endowment for Democracy and the other co-sponsoring partners, Freedom House, the RFK Center for Human Rights, IRI, the Center for International Private Enterprise, NDI, and the Solidarity Center for organizing this timely discussion and for inviting me here. Most of all, I would like to thank those who've traveled from Zimbabwe to share their perspectives with us today as they share their courage with us on a regular basis. I think the turnout today is reflective of the importance that so many people attach to Zimbabwe's progress and prospects. Indeed, with the election so fast approaching, today's opportunities provide a perfect opportunity, a perfect chance in these discussions to take stock of where things stand prior to what many of us believe will be the most important election in Zimbabwe's history. Let me start by saying that the United States shares the same fundamental interests as the people of Zimbabwe: a stable, peaceful, democratic Zimbabwe that reflects the will of the people and provides for their needs. We strongly believe, as Ambassador Lyman said, Zimbabwe has the potential to become once again one of the leading economic and democratic forces on the continent. But in order for Zimbabwe to realize this potential and regain its prominent position among the community of nations, its leaders must commit themselves to long-term actions that affirm their respect for the rule of law and redouble their efforts to create an environment in which all citizens feel empowered to participate in the civic, economic, and political life of their country. These are foundational commitments that will lead all Zimbabweans to believe they have an equal stake in building a better future. The United States has made it clear that we are ready and eager to move our relationship with Zimbabwe forward. This commitment is not new. It is a continued extension of the hand of friendship we have offered Zimbabwe since its independence in 1980. We have supported human rights and democracy groups that have contributed to the success of the long and difficult development of Zimbabwe's new constitution. U.S. assistance provides 80,000 people with HIV life-saving antiretroviral treatment, and we have helped Zimbabwe make significant gains in reducing HIV prevalence and new infections. U.S. development assistance in smallholder farming has improved the lives of everyday Zimbabweans. And we remain as committed today to the people of Zimbabwe as we were 33 years ago at the birth of a new independent nation that was to become one of Africa's breadbaskets. Your theme today, beyond the elections in Zimbabwe, suggests that we should put this election into context and also look beyond the post-election horizon. Let's start with the election itself. Elections, as we all know, are mechanisms by which citizens can express their opinions on a state of affairs, by which they choose their representatives. Elections weave together strands of civic participation, political legitimacy, and social consensus into the larger tapestry of democracy. Thus, elections are a means to an end, rather than an end itself, and they are a process, not a one-day event. This is the context for next week's elections in Zimbabwe, and it's the reason these elections are so critical for Zimbabwe's history. In 2008, violence prevailed and the people of Zimbabwe paid the price. In a little over a week from now, the government of Zimbabwe can demonstrate its commitment to its own citizens and to the world by conducting a peaceful, credible election whose outcome reflects the will of the majority of its people. The United States supports SADC, the AU, and the international community, all of whom share this desire. We applaud SADC's continued engagement and note that the regional body has sent the largest delegation of election observers in its history to Zimbabwe. Given the limitations placed on other international observers, SADC, along with the absolutely critical domestic Zimbabwean observers and the AU observation mission, will play a central role in assessing the credibility of the upcoming election and of Zimbabwe's ability to live up to international electoral standards. In our continued support for these efforts, I would be remiss if I did not note our serious concern over a number of apparent areas of divergence between conditions on the ground and SADC's and Zimbabwe's own electoral guidelines and principles. Specifically, we are concerned about reports that elements within Zimbabwean politics and government security agencies have already begun efforts to intimidate voters and illicitly shape the outcome of the elections. We are troubled by the potential for further arrests, detentions, and harassment of organizations and individuals working on human rights, electoral assistance, and related issues. We are also concerned about the apparent logistical shortcomings revealed in the special early voting, which limited the ability of those eligible for special early voting to cast their ballots effectively and in an orderly manner. And finally, we are concerned about the voters' role, that the rush to conduct Zimbabwe's elections may result in many eligible voters, especially young voters, on whom the future of Zimbabwe depends, not being able to cast their ballots due to anomalies in the voters' roll and other structural and procedural deficiencies. An important step would be if the Zimbabwe Election Commission could make a timely release of an updated voters' roll. That would boost confidence and decrease confusion on Election Day. We also urge the government of Zimbabwe to make the voting process, including but not limited to counting, reporting, and tabulation, transparent. It's as called for in the Electoral Act. We urge the government to provide equal access to state media, to enforce the neutrality of security sector actors, and to encourage a nonviolent response to the announcement of the election results by encouraging political leaders of all parties to start now to prepare supporters for peaceful reactions to results. All parties should avoid violence and air any grievances through peaceful legal means and processes. This group gathered today knows much better than most that the stakes in next week's elections are very high. The United States supports the people of Zimbabwe in their right to choose their government in peaceful, credible, and transparent elections. We have also made it clear that we deeply respect the sovereign will of the Zimbabwean people and will work with any government chosen in peaceful and credible polls that represent the will of the Zimbabwean people. In that event, we are prepared to consider steps to further roll back sanctions and expand trade and investment between our countries. But the coming elections are the next pivot point at which we assess whether we are able to do so. Ultimately, the future of a democratic and prosperous Zimbabwe is linked with the sustainability, the effectiveness, the reliability, and the popular trust in its democratic institutions. Those institutions in the hands of the Zimbabwean people are truly where the future of Zimbabwe will be decided. I appreciate everything you are doing for Zimbabwe, for the region, for the chance to come here to talk to you today. And I'm happy to engage in a further discussion and answer any questions. Thank you.
Shannon, thank you so much, and I appreciate it. I appreciate your taking time. I know you're on a tight schedule. We can go up until close to 1:30, and I appreciate you taking the time to open it up for questions. So, you know the rules that have been followed. If you raise your hand and I find you, get the microphone, identify yourself, and ask a question. So I'll look around for people who want to ask questions. Way in the back, there's a gentleman.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you for your presentation.
Speak more into the mic if you can.
It's right on my mouth.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Is this better?
Yeah.
Okay. I have a question relating to the transition and issues of credibility, issues of acceptability, etc. I've been working in the last few years in crisis countries, in crisis and transition and those kinds of things. This whole issue of in a transition situation, post-crisis, or how much do you accept, as the speaker said, as good enough in order to maintain, to start building institutions slowly? Or how absolute can you be about the standards that you are upholding, even if the consequences are a reversal back into the abysmal you are trying to come out of? And this is very important for the U.S. government, particularly because if the U.S. government supports the transitional process in a particular way, both the internal forces and the external forces and the international community starts paying attention to that particular situation, like in the Myanmar situation, where the U.S. government showed leadership, and it looks like there's an emergence out of the crisis. You did not wait for the generals to go away, or as Mr. Mavinga would like, for a generation to pass away so that there's a new generation that is more democratic. But you build with who you have. How much is this factoring into your policy making? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. The standards are very clear, and they've been laid out in SADC's own guidelines, in Zimbabwe's pledges, and they're not ambiguous. And they start with a peaceful election, but it's also a credible election, and it's the process that, as we've noted, there are already concerns about the process to date, but the process is still unfolding, and it's what happens over the coming weeks that will sort of shape that assessment. I think Myanmar is a good example, and one that is worth looking at. As you say, the United States did not wait for a generation to move from the field, but what we did respond to were changes on the ground. And I think that that's a very helpful parallel to be thinking about in terms of other contexts, including potentially Zimbabwe.
Again, right there, gentleman in the blue shirt, and then I'll come back to you, Lawrence.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation.
Could you identify yourself, please? Thanks.
My name is Norbert Mugwagwa. I'm chairman of the Zimbabwe Diaspora Network for North America. My question is to do with the process-driven aspects of change in the U.S. policy. Given that Zidera is driven by Congress, to what extent do we expect the U.S. government to respond soon after the elections?
I suspect it all depends on how the elections proceed. That in any case, it's a dialogue between the administration and Congress. I know that more than most. And that if in the long run it is time for Congress to revisit Zidera, then that's a conversation I suspect members of Congress themselves would take up. It's a conversation that we could have with the administration. It's also a matter of sort of looking in the more immediate term, though, as I said, that it's about what happens in the coming weeks, and then it's about how governments govern. That the elections are critical, but about how the governments proceed from there is just as important a part of this process.
Can I ask, and then I'll come back to you, Lawrence, I promise, but one of the things, listening to the panelists this morning, how much are we able, and I'm not up to date on all the laws in Zimbabwe, able to lend support to all the civil society organizations that we heard from this morning? Are we able to give them direct support or not, or does that help or not help?
I think there are people in the room who could answer the question, I think, more fully than I could in some ways. The United States does support civil society organizations. It supports democratic reform efforts in Zimbabwe. It also, as I said, it supports health programs. It's has only recently created new opportunities in agriculture and other sectors. So it's a broad-based approach.
Lawrence, back there.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Lyman. Lawrence Freeman, Director of the Africa Desk, AR Magazine. Concerning the future relations with the United States and Zimbabwe, I think the sanctions have been counterproductive, and the question is whether we're going to move forward with a positive policy. My reading of Washington and groups like this is that people have begun to realize that the MDC experiment in Shanghai are not going to make it. It was spun out in 1999 out of Britain, and it's going to fail, and that people are realizing that ZANU and Mugabe are going to pick up more votes, and maybe the largest opposition party in Africa, MDC, will lose even the votes it has. So preparations are, how do we work with ZANU and how do we work with President Mugabe? And I think that people are looking for maneuvering room, and my concern is if there's an election, and I think the rush to elections is a little bit of a red herring. I just came back from Mali, and that's a real rush to an election, and there's going to be all kinds of problems that I saw when I was there, and I still support it. But the fact of the matter is the United States going to be able to deal with ZANU-PF and President Mugabe and actually put forward a positive development program for the Zimbabweans who have been suffering for years under, I think, a very wrong policy from the U.S.?
Appreciate your perspective. The United States has, in fact, put forward a positive approach to Zimbabwe, and it continues to do so. As I say, though, it is one that is grounded in respect for human rights, in the democratic process, and in the other steps that one expects of a democracy and of a partner in a relationship.
Gentleman right here, and then I'll come over to you, Tony.
I'm Lee Middleditch. I'm on the American Bar Association Rule of Law Initiative, ROLI, and I'm interested as to whether the State Department, specifically USAID, has any prescriptions in terms of the sanctions that would preclude funding from USAID to rule of law initiatives in Zimbabwe.
The United States supported efforts such as to support dialogue for the constitutional process, for example. The U.S. does, in fact, support those kind of programs through USAID and others.
Tony?
Tony Carroll. I teach at SAIS, among other things. I'm interested from a perspective as a business person in getting back into Zimbabwe. There are certainly some, if there's a scenario that it looks favorable after the elections, a couple of things that we could do pretty quickly to send the signal that Zimbabwe is ready to open for business. One would be to fast-track inclusion of Zimbabwe on AGOA. I think Zimbabwe certainly has an enormous potential talent of human resource talent that could, some of which could return to Zimbabwe and provide, I think, a terrific base for manufacturing to take off. I do think Zimbabwe has a lot of potential as a manufacturer for AGOA in agribusiness, textiles, and other products. Also, and an issue that I've taken to the Hill for the last 10 years or 8 years is the idea of regional compacts with MCC. I think that Zimbabwe sort of is in the middle of the donut of otherwise MCC compliant countries. Many of the problems in Southern Africa are really of a regional nature, not of a national nature. And investments in infrastructure will probably be more optimized by looking at it from a regional perspective. And whilst I know the legislation has not yet been amended to adapt MCC compacts on a regional level, there has been some fruitful discussion along those lines. And I think if the scenario, I'm not prejudging the scenario, by any means do I mean to be, but if it is a scenario in which we are willing to embrace, the idea of getting the right signals out and putting together the right initiatives to try to engage private sector development to carry Zimbabwe to what I think will be its full measure of economic success in the future, I think will be important, and some of the things that we actually can do from the U.S. government.
Well, the United States definitely wants to see Zimbabwe succeed economically. It has made some real headway since the inflationary crisis of a few years ago. But the programs you cite, AGOA, the Millennium Challenge Corporation, have on themselves standards which companies must meet. On the MCC, they are standards of corruption and good governance and various other criteria. AGOA also has a set of criteria about, about democratic performance and other measures that those are not negotiable. They're set. And we would love for Zimbabwe to get to the point where it was eligible for those programs.
Shannon, can I ask you a difficult question?
I'm sure you can.
No, some of the discussion earlier was about the role of SADC. The role of SADC, the AU, as it was mentioned in one of the panels, has sort of deferred to SADC as the responsible element of the AU on managing this crisis and this situation. And then the question is SADC making judgments on the election and other things. How does the U.S. relate to that? That is, how do we key our assessments, judgments, et cetera, with those of SADC?
You can ask a difficult question.
Sorry.
It turns out. The United States supports SADC's efforts, its processes, and we support the standards that SADC has set and that are laid out for these elections and for others. That it is, in fact, SADC as the regional organization, it's the African Union that is playing the critical role in observing this process and in encouraging the parties to follow through on it. When the election itself takes place, it'll be the responsibility for every country that's involved to evaluate those results, those processes, those outcomes, and that the United States will continue to do that. It will look at the elections itself. It maintains its partnership with SADC. It's very supportive of those efforts. But in the end, like any other country, you have to draw your own conclusions.
Okay, very helpful. Yes, right here, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming. My name is Henry Legue. I'm with the Center for International Private Enterprise. You mentioned a number of specific items that the U.S. government is urging the Zimbabwe government to take action on, and a number of those things having to do with transparency and election non-intimidation are things that the previous panel especially noted as either unlikely or impossible. Speaking from your professional and especially your academic expertise, what mechanisms would see the government making those changes?
I think, you're looking back at this in part, going back to the global political agreement. There is still unfulfilled pieces of the GPA that are at stake. There is legislation that could and should have been passed under that would have strengthened the institutions now. At this point, we're, 8 days from the elections? And it is a matter of what happens in those next 8 days. It's what happens in the counting. It is about the transparency of that process and about the validity of those efforts. So it has been both an ongoing effort for quite some time, and it's now reached that last critical phase. That do we have concerns? Absolutely. But I think that the messages right now that the candidates themselves and others can send are vitally important for what happens in Zimbabwe, and that ensuring that this is not a repeat of the violence of 2008, and that more beyond that, that it's an actual credible election, that the votes cast are counted and tabulated and reported, and the results reflect that. That's still a process that remains to unfold.
Other questions? Yes, I think the woman right there. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mavis Marongwe, and I'm a Zimbabwean. I'm a lawyer, and I'm based here in Washington. My question is about Zedera. Those were economic sanctions primarily towards an end, and I think to the extent that the Zimbabwean economy imploded, but about almost 10 years later, we still have the same regime in power. And so I'm just wondering whether, if the U.S. was to do things again, whether they would, do or pass a piece of legislation like Zedera. And the reason why I am asking that is I'm thinking that, even though like I was saying that we still have the same regime, and from listening to the discussion this morning, it seems like the international community doesn't really have any influence in what happens in Zimbabwe. It's more the regional entities that are playing a role. Whereas in other crises that we've seen in Africa, we've seen the European Union, the U.S., are having an influence. Whereas what's happening in Zimbabwe, there's no influence at all. So I'm just wondering whether if you were to redo things again, whether you'd do them in the same way as what was done before. Thank you.
I think I would answer that question by thinking about what drove the creation of Zedera, which are sanctions on individuals and are very targeted. And that was in response to human rights abuses and other overt problems and issues associated with those individuals. Those conditions still persist, and so I think that you could argue you might well take the same steps today. At the same time, the goal here is to normalize relationships, but it's to normalize relations with a democratic Zimbabwe. And so that, there's sanctions, may not always have particularly bilateral sanctions may not always have a transformative effect in and of themselves, but they are part of that effort, and they send a clear message of where the United States is and has been. But at the same time, the goal is not to impose sanctions on people. The goal is to, embrace a democratic Zimbabwe, and under those conditions, then you would absolutely reevaluate the underlying legislation, I suspect.
We have time for about one more question. Do we have another questioner? Yes, right there. Yes, the lady in purple.
Hi, sorry, Jenny Williams. I just am concerned that if we talk about the issue of sanctions from the perspective of the U.S. government, and we forget that in Zimbabwe, our lives are being sanctioned by Robert Mugabe. The children cannot be born in Zimbabwe because of the infant mortality rate. Some very, very basic things. Before I left Zimbabwe last week, for 3 days, I didn't have water. Yet I know there was a project to bring water from the Zambezi River on the cards for 100 years. So there are many ways in which our lives are being sanctioned. And the importance of the regional and international community helping us to leverage some relief is a vital thing. And so I think as you look to re-engage Zimbabwe and you want to be able to revise your ZEDERA, don't forget the people of Zimbabwe whose lives are being sanctioned, and how can you consult them and include them in Action for Action. Thank you.
I'm not sure I can end on a much better note than that. But let me just say that those are the principles that are guiding U.S. policy. That it is about the Zimbabwean people, it is about the dialogue with them, it is about supporting their efforts in the election, but more broadly, as I know you've been discussing today and will continue, it's not a one-day event that we are talking about. It's that there is a critical, July 31st is a critical day, but it's much bigger than that. We recognize that. I appreciate the commitment that you've all made, that I think that's where change, that's how change happens. And I look forward to continuing this conversation at later dates. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Shannon, so much. I wish you, and we all wish you, the best of luck, and we're glad to have you there in the department. So please give another hand to Shannon, and thank you.
And thank you, Ambassador Lyman. We're now ready to move to a little bit of audio-visual interlude here. Yoda Jonan, with our World Movement for Democracy, has put together, or is putting together, a series of short films about leading youth activists. And we have one tonight featuring one of our speakers this morning. Yoda, I turn it over to you.
Thank you, Dave. My name is Yoda Jonan. I work for the World Movement for Democracy. Those of you who don't know about the World Movement for Democracy is a global network of democracy activists, human rights defenders, scholars, and practitioners who come together to advance democratic values and practice by doing various things, such as sharing best practices, lessons learned, building solidarity, and fostering cross-border collaboration. Over the last several years, the World Movement for Democracy has been working on the project called Defending Civil Society to address the issue of increasingly restrictive legal and political environment for civil society. We had a discussion a little bit earlier about the legal environment that might constrain the work of civil society in Zimbabwe. We had conducted various discussions and workshops to address the concerns of POSA, Public Order and Security Act, for example. Last year, with the support of Swedish International Development and Cooperation Agency, the World Movement for Democracy, which NED currently serves as a secretariat, ICNL, International Center for Not-for-Profit Law, Civicus, and Article 19 jointly launched a new project called Civic Space Initiative to really enhance the civic space, civil society space around the world by conducting various researches, but also conducting various innovative ways to communicate the concerns that we are facing regarding the restrictive environment the civil society is facing at the moment. So today, we are very delighted to have opportunity to show the first of the video series that the Civic Space Initiative is conducting. The video series focuses, as Dave mentioned, the life of civil society activists in very difficult places in the world. We are focusing on Zimbabwe, Pakistan, Iraq, and Burma. So a couple of weeks ago, we just finished the first of the video series that focuses on our NED 2013 Democracy Awardee, Gladys Changachirere of Zimbabwe. We are here with her at the moment, and we want to take opportunity to show this video and have a discussion with her and her partner, Terence, who are also featured in the video, to have some sort of discussion about what they think about the issues that we touched on the video. So we have video for 15 minutes as you digest the lunch that we had. Maybe you can, you can watch this as an entertainment, but also, have a political insight that Gladys can provide. We hope to have some discussion with you. Thank you.
I'm proud to be Zimbabwean. It's a country that believes so much in our tradition, in our I am Gladys Changachirere. I am a Zimbabwean. I am a women's rights activist. I would say, well, I'm proud to be Zimbabwean. It's a country that believes so much in our tradition, in our history, and the larger population really believes that you have to do good to others just you would want them to do unto you. And they want to see the country moving forward. Speaking broadly about its politics, I would say everyone has a dark side of life and every nation has a dark side. So this dark side tends to overshadow, the light that Zimbabwe has. We are not yet there in terms of democracy. We still have a long way to go because for me, I think when we begin to talk about democracy at that level, we begin to talk about a society in which one's views are respected, no matter which way they are going towards. Really, every Zimbabwean was just frustrated, pissed off, so to say. It's also a highly patriarchal society where men tend to dominate women, in a number of spheres. The religious, even in politics, at social level. But upon getting into varsity, I actually realized that most girls or most young women really, well, they just wanted to proceed with their education, but it didn't really, have a meaning in their lives because then you're just going to school, but at some point you get married and then you look up to your husband and so forth. So as I was growing up, I could see, those tendencies where the family tends to have a bias towards the boy child, and really there was no priority to educate the girl child. Around you before you even know who you are. Society really puts more emphasis on modeling you for the betterment of the society rather than investing in you and what you need to see of yourself.
mukukura kwake kubva ari mudiki anofanira kuva ari mwana anoteerera vabereki. Wani ateerera vabereki mwana anosungirwa kuti ave mwana anotumika anoti kana asati aendawo kuchikoro.
At the same time, you also have your personal to take care of. You need to be able to bath and to dress in a certain way. And you also need to be able to always respect the elders, no matter what they say to you, no matter how they talk to you, no matter how they treat you.
Kuomera semadzimai echidiki nekuti takanga tisina chokuita community. Most of us vazhinji vacho vavana kuenda kuchikoro tikapedza.
Some of those things are things that I was questioning as I was growing up, to say, so really a young woman or a girl can't have a life of their own? There wasn't that emphasis, to say we're investing in your education, therefore we are investing in you, and this should ultimately shape your life. Say my parents, they really wanted us to go through secondary school, but I think they had financial resources because my farm was just a farm manager at a church farm where he was doing more of charity work than working to earn income and then send us to school.
Saka Gladys wakaita chikoro asvika muform 3 ndopandakabata dambudziko rakakura, akarwara akuitanga kuita form 3 akarwara zvekuti first term yese haana kutomboenda kuchikoro ende handina kuzombofungira futi kuti anga azoenda kuchikoro. Zvino sezvinoita Mwari akazongoti raramei akazotanga chikoro muna May akazovavarira kuenda kuuniversity.
They didn't see the need for me to go to university because one, they didn't have the money, and two, they were not sure what value that was going to add to me and also to their family. So it was really my hard pressing that saw me going to university. The government was still able to provide students with some grants or some loans, but however, when I was in my second year now, the government changed the policy. They introduced fees to university students, and it was very, very difficult for me to go through and finish my varsity.
Ndokubhadharira mari shomanana yakaregistrwa kuuniversity asi mari zhinji yese akazvibhadharira wega.
So I resorted to working during vacations and then paying for my fees.
Maholidays ese akanga asisauye pano pamusha achiti akapedza chikoro chete vakanga vavhara paholiday oenda kunotsvaka basa osevenza kusvikira akavavarira kuuniversity yese akazvipedzera wega.
I became part of the students' movement that was fighting for the scrapping of those fees and, demanding the government to revert back to the loan system because we could just not afford to pay for our fees. And for most students really who were from, poor backgrounds. I was just so determined, to make a difference.
Ndaingomushuvira kuti avewo mwana anoonekwawo mukati mevamwe vana asi handina kunge ndakatarisira pane zvaasvika iyezvi. Pari nhasi ari kundiratidza kuti
in my other life when I was a student, I was very radical, and my father used to know me, expressing myself the way I felt at that particular moment. Sometimes with no respect. When you look at a young woman, especially coming from a rural background, there is a multi-layer of discrimination, oppression, and obstacles, no matter how pleasant or unpleasant the situation is. We are so scared of, trying to open the box and see how much light there is out there. Much as people are afraid of, seeing things differently, I think there's always a part of them really that wants them to see that, but just that they're not brave enough, or maybe they need a push, to say, no, you can go towards that direction and try to, experience it yourself. So when I joined the students' movement, it was also, my desire to say, we are equally the same as our male counterparts, and we can equally represent our other students. I think as young women, we need to redefine ourselves, both to ourselves and also to the society. They need to see a young woman in a different way altogether. So it was those, cumulative trends that just pushed me to the edge to say I need to be able to do something about this, and we need to be able, to have a space really where we need to talk about our life. The Institute for Young Women Development was primarily created to be able to, create a platform whereby you are then able to begin looking for solutions for the challenges that you're facing. Our vision really is to see a society in which young women are able to have access to resources and opportunities to live a life of their choice. Young women were not being seen as equal citizens, so we didn't have a right to human dignity as what our boys or male counterparts had.
Katanga upenyu wakatanga kuya even our rights chaiwo tanga tisingazive ma-human rights edu semadzimai echidiki takazvimbika tisingakwanise kuzvimirira mudzimba dzedu.
So we've done a lot of work around educating young women on their rights, beginning with the socio-economic and political rights. So we've also spoken about the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women, which speaks highly to the kind of life that young women in rural communities go through. We have a national law called the Domestic Violence Act. It speaks basically against eradicating domestic violence that mainly is targeted at women by virtue of being women. That's how you begin then challenging or directly challenging, the existing system and existing structures. So it's this over-dependence on our male counterparts that we also wanted to work on reducing, so that the young women are also able to have, a certain level of choice where they will determine what they want, how they want it, and how they can do it. So we actually came up with a pillar of entrepreneurship and livelihoods that basically sought to promote entrepreneurial thinking to have a sustainable livelihood. We also found it that for our work to be effective, we also needed to influence the community at large. People who are key players in as far as justice delivery is concerned are the traditional chiefs. My wow moment was when we were able to bring to the table traditional chiefs, to begin dialoguing with us and to see them express interest in the work that we were doing. And we trained them on young women's rights, encouraging them to use a rights-based approach rather than a traditional approach. They were very receptive of that. And they even went to an extent of inviting us to play a paralegal role in these courts and be able to influence their judgments.
Saka mwanasikana ndakaona kuti ni akakosha. Ndakazoona ini kuti kudzidzisa mwanasikana hakusi kuparadza nguva, ndo kuzvichengeta mangwana anokuchengeta.
Zvakawanda zvakatibatsira institute takakwanisa kuwo maproject kuti tikwanise kunge tichizvimirirawo tichitawo mabasa emaoko semadzimai.
Basa iri ndinoona kuti rakanaka. Vana vasikana kuchikoro nevakomana chinhu chakanaka chinoburikidza nharaunda yedu.
Zvino apa ndiri kuona kuti Gladys watiita kuti tibatane zvakanyanya. Tiri kubatsirana naGladys pamwe chete vari kushuwira kuti tienderere mberi.
My partner, we actually have a shared vision. He is also a human rights defender. So he's very supportive to the kind of work that I do, and with him I have no problems.
I've come to appreciate Lenny's work more from the young woman's perspective, knowing that myself, herself, we are still young people, and we both still belong to the demographic group that we would call young people. So I've come to appreciate that their work is a bit removed from the conventional civic society work that you will find taking root in Zimbabwe.
Takanga tiri vanhu kuti takanga tisina zvekuita muupenyu. Even our human rights semadzimai, women's rights semadzimai, rights edu burikidza neInstitute for Young Women.
When I began my activism, there wasn't really anybody I had I had seen to say, well, this is my role model. And also because of growing up in a rural setup, you have little access to the media. So you don't know much about women who are doing things out there. But as I then, intensified my activism, I began to see myself in other women who were also, fighting for women's rights and representing the rights of even the young women. But I wouldn't say I'm a social worker. For me, really, there's a certain drive, that tells me that I need to actively do something in order to bring about the transformation that I need to see. I'm very positive about things. There are some things that you just can't run away from. The biggest challenge are the misconceptions around activism work, where people already have these, illusions and feelings that you are driving a certain agenda. Like for me, when I was a student activist, really, I was very radical in terms of approach and just for representing students' interests and fighting for female students' rights. There are still elements that feel that they are quite comfortable with the status quo, so they'll do anything really, to suppress all the voices that try to speak out. There's a lot of censorship, there's a lot of, mistrust, and so it's a very scary terrain, where I'm treading. If you are a change maker, people need to hear you. You need to be able to speak out, but you're really clear and you are strong about what you believe in and what you want to see. So the idea also to mobilize and to organize young women is also to say, how can we challenge, these systems that all around us are deterring us, from being who we really are. We need to be the masters of our own destiny.
Saka nebasa rake iri ndinozoona zvakakodzera kwazvo kuti vana amai iye dai Mwari achimukomborera agona kuenderera mberi nokupawo dzidzo kuna vamwe ana amai kuti vaitewo samai vake vakamuchengeta.
Kare kwanga kusina dzidzo yakanaka, iye zvino iri kukurudzirwa kuti tinofundisa vana vedu hatichaita zvataita kare. Nekudzvinyirirwa hayo ndizvo tiri kukurudzira kuti zviri kufambira mberi.
I say Gladys is not going to take a rest until she sees that the young women themselves have a free political space to participate within the democratic processes that takes place in the country.
Tichizvimirira kuti nyika yedu ibudirire ende tichikwanisa kunge tichisimudza vamwe vedu madzimai ari mucommunity yedu yatinawo, tikwanisa kuvapo ruzivo norubatsiro kuti vakwanise kusimuka vachitirowo vatiri kupoonapo.
Anauta yekumshaka akagona kubatsira kumusha kwake kwaabva nokumberi kwaari kuenda arongobatsira futi, saka nobidza nezvakare zvakaita mwoyo waana wewo.
It's quite important really for the society to realize that when they invest in a young woman, they are investing in their communities and therefore their nation.
Wakanga aine chishuwo mumwoyo make chatakanga tisingaoni tese vamwe. Ndinokumbirisa kuti dai isu vanhu tikaita mweya wekuti mwana musikana mwana mukomana vese vana pana asiri munhu munyika.